play PUBG Mobile like that, you'll never be the one.
Wrong. There's no never for the one.
The zone is closing. You're getting left behind.
Left behind? Watch closely. The one walks on the edge.
You will lose it all.
No, for the one big moment, I'll risk it all.
What are you doing? Aren't you afraid to lose?
Lose? No, I'm here to claim the one.
You can't beat him.
Says who? Watch closely. The one dominates.
Are you posing?
Why not? The one sets the trend.
They see you treat this like a dress-up game.
The one has to dress the part.
You're making yourself the biggest target.
Exactly. I'm the one everyone's watching.
Watch out. We're being flanked. Oops. You're a liability. You're just slowing him down.
A liability? Together we are the one.
You call that a win? That was just dumb luck.
Luck? This is the power of the one for two.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the
I
one.
am the one.
I am the one. I am the one.
I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting on my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMAC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualified to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the Fall Global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us, 4 opportunities to qualify to Fall Globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
The time has come. Be the #1 for Africa.
What's up everyone, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile PNNC South Africa Spring Group Stage, day number 2. It is going to be a very, very exciting day here, and of course, as everybody knows by now, and as you can see down below, my name is DK, but I am not alone. I am joined by the one, the only, coming in the right corner. His name is none other than PTK Youngblood. How you doing today?
Welcome to the live stream of PMNC. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for, South Africa, and South Africa is unique in a lot of ways, both the gaming, and this is where we got the X-Force rejects to represent Africa in the PUBG Mobile Global Cup. And right now, South Africa, this time is yours. Who will step up to the action? Who will be able to match up? And we want to see teams, we want to see better teams right now. You know, we want to see a challenge. You know, as the esports scene is growing, we want to see more teams emerging. We want to see more players, because I've seen a lot of teenagers right now, they are playing the game, and a lot of youth, and it's becoming quite a good career opportunity.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunities and angles that teams and players can try and take. Of course, they need to start somewhere. And as we know, the road to PMGO starts here, right? So we are going to work our way through the group stages, after which we'll be heading over into the finals, which won't be today. It's going to be a little bit further down the line. Of course, speaking about which, let's take a look at that roadmap to see exactly where the teams are now, where they're going, and of course, where they're heading after that. So we are busy with the qualifiers. As you know, we've got South Africa up first, then we're heading over to Kenya, Nigeria, as well as wildcard. From there, we will have a few teams move forward from each of those groups, all going to be representing themselves in their respective finals, and then the winners from there will be making it all the way into the PMGO. As you can see, those opportunities coming through from there. Of course, it is going to be the qualifiers, right? The African finals, and so there are only so many slots available. So we've got 4 squads from South Africa that are going to be rolling up. We've got 3 from Kenya, 3 from Nigeria, and then of course the final 5 teams will come through from the wildcard. And of course, the X-Force rejects, as you've just mentioned, they are going to be joining us in that PMGO Africa final. So, Youngblood, there is going to be a lot to look forward to here as the teams are getting themselves prepped and ready. But as we said before, right, today is going to be our second group of teams that are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield to show us what they can bring on through and who's going to be the ones to rack in the most points here.
True that. Yesterday we had tempers set in the temple where they got the 2 chicken dinners. Today we are seeing the dawn of time where the teams, we have the Umbra, we have the Riz Esports. These guys are coming for the crown. But South Africa has most of the solo. These 4 teams are making it to the finals. And the PMNC is that stage that we have all been waiting for. And this apparently is the season 1 of the PMGO Africa. And you know, you have to try your best to get to that final. It's crazy. Look at the prize pool, 22,000 USD. This is a crazy amount. For the PMNC South Africa, we have the 3,000 USD distributed equally. The PMNC Kenya, also same amount. We have the Nigeria, and finally the wild card. And South Africa being first. I guess this is the hub of PUBG Mobile Africa, if I'm not lying. Is that true? Because I think they might be, because...
It could be, right? There's definitely a lot of participation here. I do think Nigeria is a little bit more stacked with players when it comes to PUBG Mobile itself. But, you know, we got to give respect to where respect is due. We've got South Africa representing the southern part of Africa. We've got Kenya, of course, representing that eastern side. And then Nigeria is going to be repping for the western side. Maybe even a little bit up towards the north, but a beautiful spread. And of course, right, the rest of the prize pool is going to come through on that PMGO itself, right, on the finals for Africa. And here we look at the prize breakdown for the PMNC finals for South Africa, right? First place is going to be walking away with $800, and it whittles its way all the way down to the $20 coming through for that 16th position. But if you are the GOAT with the most, you are going to be crowned the MVP, walking away with $200 additional just for being an absolute legend. So there's always quite a bit to play for. We are not yet in the position where they are going to be vying for their share of that prize pool. Of course, this is only to get into the South Africa finals, the regional final itself. That is where this prize pool is going to come in. So there's always going to be a lot to look forward to. And of course, as we know, we have our point structure tried and tested, and it just keeps on working. Start with that 10 points for the winner chicken dinner, going all the way down to 1 point if you land anywhere between 7th and 8th place. And of course, if you land anywhere beyond that, you are going to be going back with a bag of donuts, right? Nothing but bubbles to accompany you back into the lobby. That elimination is still going to be worth 1 point. And in case there's any tie, ties, there we have the tiebreaker rule. So it's either going to be the team will be favored, firstly based on the amount of victories they've had, then we are going to go based on the amount of placement points, followed by eliminations, and then, of course, just the best placement ranking in the most recent match, right? So if two teams find themselves with the same amount of points and the one team placed better, that team is going to be the one sitting slightly higher on the overall match position or the rankings, whichever you want to call it. But yeah, Youngblood, there's a lot to look forward to. So I don't know about you. I just want to get into the match and see the action, right? It is going to be a pretty exciting day with our big map rotation rotating on through. So yeah, I want to see what that is going to be, of course. Same map rotation as we had yesterday, just a different group. So we are going to be starting it over on Rondo before heading into a triple dose of Erangel before returning to the desert to wrap it all up, right? So Miramar is going to be the big one, right? That is going to be the decider to see who can clutch up those last few points. And as I said yesterday on broadcast, right, Rondo, great map to get you started on, right? Great opportunity to absolutely demolish the opposition when it comes to those eliminations, because there's the respawn, right? You can go out, you can fight, you can come back, and you can keep on fighting. So if you want to set a really good foundational point for yourself, Rondo is a good place to be.
Exactly that. Rondo is the only map in this map schedule for the PMNC that has the recall system. So that gives you a chance to get as many eliminations as you can, because, you know, just some basic structure of how you will be able to play the game. You know, we have 4 players. One of the players go to the recall, then the rest 3, they need to go get those points for the team. And Rondo, so I'm so sad because I remember Sunhawk used to be here, but right now we have the big Rondo. The stadium area is quite crazy, and I'm just waiting to see all the action unfold in the Rondo game. And we're just beginning, guys. We are just beginning, and looking at the teams that are playing in the group 2, quite crazy. Team MVP for sure, looking for that MVP prize money, which is kind of crazy. Accelerate Esports on the other end, a good team. But we're going to be looking at the Riz Esports. You know, Riz Esports is good. I saw them while they were trying to get a spot in the PMAC. Quite crazy. We have the Mad Esports, Umbra. Also, there is Mzanzi, another growing and elevating teams from the South African region. And DK, what team do you think we should be looking out for?
This is going to be a tough one, right? But I would say, I know V3 is going to be someone to keep an eye on. I would go for Accelerate. I know Accelerate from a few years back. I don't know if it's the same one, but we'll keep an eye on that. Natural Killers also know the team there as well. So Undisputed is going to be, I just say the lobby, right? The lobby, that's it. You see the team in the top left all the way to the team in the bottom right, all 16 of those.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch all of them because I think this is going to be a super hot day. Of course, I'm looking forward to being surprised here today, right? I mean, there are some teams here that I'm not too familiar with. Maybe there could be a little bit of deja vu when they just remind me of things, right? See what I did there? But anyway, I want to be surprised, right? This is the opportunity. If you've never let your full aggression out, maybe do that up to like 50% today, because of course you don't want to do you don't want to show all your cards just yet, right? This is only the group stage to get into the finals, but I still want to see some impressive gameplay. So this is the opportunity for those teams to really try and drive as much as that home as they can. But the big question is, of course, will they be able to keep that momentum, right? Can they keep everything afloat all the way to the end of the final match here today?
And right now, I think they can, but they have to maintain one thing, consistency. Because most of the times I see, while the teams are trying to chase these top 8 spots, they get one win in the first game. Maybe they played very, very well. Then the rest of the games, they fumble a lot. So if a team is consistent, even though they don't get the chicken dinner, I believe they can be able to secure that top 8 and ultimately make it to the finals. But if they fumble even one single game, it's over. Because all the teams that are participating here today, they have earned their spot from the qualifiers to the group stage. That is not an easy road ahead. Because, bro, I was looking at the teams that were eliminated. I think those teams, if they were here right now, I would be vouching for those teams. But they were eliminated. That means that the underdogs right now, these teams that are here, they're going to bring them more. They're going to bring more action than expected. Let's just wait for it.
It's going to be a
man.
pretty exciting one. It's going to be so exciting. I mean, this is so one thing that I'm going to be looking at today here is how we're going to be rolling through it, right? Will we see teams potentially maybe trying to be like a gazelle on the savannah, you know, waiting to see if they're going to be chased, or are they going to be the predators rushing out trying to take them down, right? That's what I want to see. And of course, you got to be super careful because these teams, they all want to get the seed, and as we know, only 8 teams from here today can move forward to the next phase. So they're going to have to bring everything they can to make sure that they get themselves into that position. So I'm super excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Of course, we looked at Rondo. Now, Youngblood, this is where I want to ask you, right? You are quite knowledgeable when it comes to how teams perform from the Kenya region. Of course, I'd love to hear what the feedback is in the chat as well. Let us know in social media. There's all the links on screen. But so what I wanted to ask you is, what is your expectation coming through from the South African squads today? Do you think there's anybody that is going to set up quite a bit of a performance, potentially almost running away with the play, or do you think it's going to be very even?
I don't think it's going to be even.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be even, like to the slight bit. It's not going to be even. The first game, that's the game that will set the tempo. Because the team that will be able to dominate in the first game, trust you me, that will be the team that will be calling the shots in all the rest of the games. If Mzansi will be the one, if Undisputed, if Umbra, if Riz, if they will set the tempo in the first game, they can be able to set the tempo in all the games. But, you know, it's quite early to judge. Looking at the teams in the lobby, these will be a hard bargain for all of them. But it's anyone's game. Yeah. It's anyone's game. You know, that parties,
that's what we want to see.
They favor everyone, bro. It just make that party, even if you're pushing a very, very good team, you can get them because it's at that party. So they have to make those cues. They have to get the communication on. Right now, they don't, they should avoid all the mistakes because one mistake and the team is gone.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very important for these teams to get their heads screwed on tight. But so big question when it comes to Rondo, right? Is there any position in particular that you would prefer to go to? Where is your location? I'm asking so that when I go in game and I see you in the lobby, I know where to go look for you.
Stadium! That is my location. Stadium.
Yeah.
One of my teams just go to the recall. I just won the stadium. And one thing about the stadium, it also has a recall. So if the teammate that went to the recall was eliminated, you can recall him back there. But stadium, a very, very key hot drop. You can get a lot of elimination. And that is what you want in Rondo. Get like 10 eliminations even before the recalls are over. Then try to look for the placement points. Guaranteed 20 point plus. And what about you? Like what location? What location would you love? Like, do you like go for when you go to Rondo?
I would say either stadium like you mentioned just then, or maybe going to racetrack, right? Depending on where the zone is taking us, right? But I would either go to racetrack, factory, or go over towards the stadium side, right? I mean, those are usually the kind of hot drop locations as well. And of course, if you have a different location, let us know in the chat, right? That's why we're here. Let us know what you're doing. Where do you go? And of course, if you have any potential predictions, because I already asked Youngblood, and he said it's going to be a very, very exciting bit of action that we have coming through here. If you've got a particular team that you are here to support, also show them some love. Give them some shout outs in the chat. I want to see one day have an event where the more supported team gets in the chat, the more additional points they get added on top of it, right? So if they get like 20 shout outs,
that would be a big one.
Yeah,
honestly, DK, that would be a big one. I think PUBG should implement it. Where if a team is supported the most, they at least get a point.
Yeah.
So that will like bring the community up.
Yeah.
That will wake them up so much.
All right, so I am seeing a few predictions already coming through in the chat. Of course, we did see some people saying that Temper were the GOATs yesterday. Yes, but today we are going to be looking for new GOATs, right? We can't hold on to the same GOATs. We're going to have to just cram all of them together, corral them into one position to see which GOAT is going to be the GOATest GOAT of the GOATs, right? Because that makes sense somewhere. I don't know how, but we'll go with a yes. And of course, we are just waiting to see what the action is going to be bringing in, where these teams are going to be going. Looking to see what the flight path is, right? I hope that we get for the first map the double flight path, right? That whoop whoop one, right? It's not just one.
That's like the worst thing ever. Honestly speaking, like the double flight path, where you think you're the first people on a certain location, and then you find the second flight path that was the starting location. So it's normally quite well. Like,
it's brilliant.
How?
I mean, it's tough as a player. It's tough as a player, but it is brilliant for us, right? Because we like to look at the carnage and chaos on the battlefield, right? I wouldn't wish it on the players, but to see it happen, I mean, it is amazing, right? Because it's so much action right out of the gate. The teams have the opportunity to really hunker down and bring all the heat and the extra spice that they can bring on through. But I'm quite excited to see what this road to PMGO rather, is going to be for the Africa region, because, you know, there's a lot of spice in Africa. I want to see who can bring their own flavor onto the battlefield. So looking forward to it. But yeah, we are getting closer and closer to it. And of course, this is the big day, right? I can hear some shots in the background. That means that we might almost be somewhere where we could start taking a look to see what is going to be happening.
Already?
I don't know what I'm hearing,
What is
but
happening?
I'm hearing things going off, right?
Yo, wait,
Plane
are we in the
doesn't sound
game?
like that, I can tell you that much. Not yet, I don't think so.
I'm just ready to see the action, man. I have big dreams also to become someone like that, you know. But the devices, they are quite... I don't know. These days, without 120 FPS, you can't play the game. And that's why these tournaments are here. You get that 120 FPS, you'll get that, that cash money. Get a good device and let's get competitive. And guys, we are already on. This is the first game of the evening. Buckle up, get your popcorns. This is it. First map, Rondo.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, so we were right? Those the sounds that we heard in the background was definitely everybody getting ready to hop into the action. Let's see, are we going to be having that double dose of the action there? I was about to say that doesn't quite look like Rondo, right? That was a different map than we were looking at, of course, for you.
I think that was the angle.
That was, that looked like Erangel. Of course, that's not where we are, but we are going to be making our way on down. And here we have it. The flight path is showing us exactly where everybody is going to be going. You can see the racetrack right down below. So don't get too confused by the map that you see on the left, right? Just see it as Rondo, right? Just imagine that's a Rondo map to see where the teams are going to be spreading out onto. Of course, racetrack is going to be hot and heated. Factory is here. I did see Max in the chat, so he's going to be quite happy with the teams landing right here in factory. So let's see who's going to be the first ones to draw that first blood. Ooh.
Yeah, and already Mzansi, Rafiki, not a friend to anyone anymore, because Mzansi losing a player very, very early in the game. The 8-bit, they have just landed to where DK calls home. The racetrack, and everyone racing to get those eliminations, everyone racing, because Rondo, with the recalls, you have to be very, very strong. Zetsu on the other end. Mzansi losing the fight quite early in the game. I think this is going to be quite a punch as they continue with the game.
Yeah, that's always part of, you know, what the battlefield brings on through. So what I'm going to be looking forward to here is to see what tactic these teams are employing when it comes to those recalls, right? Are they going to get a little bit aggressive and have one person out on the recalls, or are they going to try and play it a little bit more safe and not necessarily look to get themselves in any hot water just yet? I like that this is essentially a hot drop. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams in factory. 8 teams holding up there. So
that's too much.
Super exciting. Accelerate Esports now going to be holding their angle down towards the south. Deja Vu, though, taking a slightly different approach. I mean, they've not dropped in the action here.
Bro, this is going to be hot. 8 teams? Bro, you mentioned 8 teams. Right now, I just want to see the close range fights. Which team will be the GOAT when it comes to the hot drops? But a team might land at hot drop and only leave as they came, which is the saddest part of hot drops. You either get the elimination or get to be the elimination. It's a 50 by 50 chance. And the Mad Esports, quite mad, but still not getting any eliminations. Buffer, aimbot, and the aimbot will not be helping him now. Down on his knees, praying and begging for mercy as teams are trying their best to get the early eliminations as soon as possible.
Yeah, I did see there's a little bit more love coming through for Rondo as well, with the stadium also being called out as one of the beautiful hotspots. Yulin coming in as well. So far, from what we can see here, we don't necessarily see a lot of people making that push up in towards Yulin itself. So I'm curious as to where these rotations are going to come through. We do have a few players on that southern side of Jaden City. We got a few other squads in the far, far northern part. MVP is going to be holding all the way up there in Nanquan. But now, it is going to be NTX getting ready. 7mm right there alongside them. And that's probably the amount of distance currently separating the two. Up comes the push. It's going to be Joe. Not getting the angles just yet. But this is a very difficult position to try and play through here, Youngblood. I mean, like, you got to be watchful of so many different angles.
Yeah, that's... If you land at a hot drop, you have to be careful. You know, you're going for the push. You have to be aware of your surrounding, because looking at all these buildings, a lot of angles that the enemy players can be able to take, and you have to be careful. But looking at Mzansi team, I think Mzansi has been the first team that we've seen that with a lot of casualties already early in the game, 8-bit already following up, but the MVPs all has to be careful. You know, Adrian already with 3 eliminations chasing that MVP spot. Bro, it's quite early, man. Why are you chasing the MVP right now? Just play it cool. Give the teams a chance to reset. And Joe will be making the push, and these will be a 1v1. And Mzansi, Zetsu very, very low. Aztec has to be careful. Joe knows that he inflicted a lot of damage. And going from Mzansi, and he gets Rafiki down. And only one guy stands in his way. And quite early, and Joe also getting knocked. And that is the reason I think we are saying you have to be aware of your surroundings. Because Aztec was just behind the door.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a bit of a sweaty situation they find themselves in. But Umbra now feeling a lot of that pressure just rolling down onto them. NTX pushing forward, but a beautiful nade coming through from 7 as they push on up. It is going to be Fatal, Scorpion, and Mufasa. They have to move faster there, otherwise, well, like we saw with Mufasa, not quite going to be able to make it into the building. Sahil is going to be holding just on the back end, so quite a bit of pressure still being applied all around it. I mean, Test Track and Factory, it's been a hot minute since we've seen it being this heated. But it does seem like the teams have now kind of gotten over that initial showing of aggression, as you can see them distributing themselves a lot more across the remainder of the map. Of course, 8-bit down further towards that southern side, almost heading up into Danqing. And then everybody else pretty much trying to play for space now, right? This is going to be that quick elimination farm that we see currently continuing here in Factory. Over in Test Track, it is also a little bit more of that continuing to roll. And look at this still. Youngblood, so many players positioned here, and nobody wants to give up this position just yet.
Bro, you can't even dare to give out a position right now. You give up a position and you are cooked. Already the zone is moving, and we have a team like this one. This is the Insurgents. They are a trio. And losing a player right now will be very, very detrimental on their end. MVP might be the only team to have lost anyone, because all the guys here, they are getting that revive. A recall system is working. Everything in place. 7mm esports. They have to be careful. These might be very, very fatal for the 7mm. See what I did there? I know you can't see that, but anyway, let's get some souls. Back to the lobby. Solman taking down a very, very key player of the Accelerate Esports, who are moving in quite a very fast manner. 3 eliminations already for one of the players.
I mean, you know, you got to keep that pacing as high as you can. I do see a lot of names on the battlefield here today that I do recognize. It's been a minute since I've seen them, but it's good to see quite a few of them back at it again. Kara just taking a quick little bit of a dip out in that blue zone. Of course, this being phase number 1, the blue zone, you can have a little bit of a sip of that juice, right? Just don't have too much of it, as we love to see everybody back in the zone competing for the next position. Of course, that countdown kicking in as well. So The time is running out. Meanwhile, 7 does seem to pretty much claim the entirety of factory here for themselves, right? We still have Sahil just moving over in towards the edge of test track there. Of course, well, here we go back into the action. It's going to be Lucy up top, just popping the shots off. And it is go time.
Welcome to hell. Lucifer is here. Quite a good knock for Lucifer, as he's pushing as a one-man army. The guy does not care. With the help of the teammates, he might have that confidence needed to get those eliminations. XLR 2v3 situation. Lucifer, will you be engaging? Will you be going for the fight? The nades need to be in play. But with 0 nades and just 1 elimination, these will be quite hard for them. Outnumbered, outpaced. And the insurgents still are surging in the blue zone as teams look for those plays, as teams look for the eliminations as early as they can. But you know, as time is ticking, the recalls will be over in just a matter of seconds. And quite a good knock for Putin at the game on fire. But from behind, getting knocked, Accelerate Esports for the save. And Putin eliminated and taken back to the lobby. And Team Accelerate, with only 2 members remaining, 2 of them are down. But I think they still have a chance. I was looking at the comment section and someone told me that Accelerate Esports are going to win the chicken dinner.
Ooh. Well, if they can bring everybody back on their feet, they might have that opportunity. But if it's in the hands of Lucy, it might not necessarily be the play here. But a beautiful bounce back coming through as Respect and Kingpin are going to be holding on. So far as we can see, they are sitting with a very comfortable amount of eliminations, holding 6 just ahead of 7. Now, the Natural Killers also going to be looking to make their way on through as they come through with a bit of a push. Oh, MG trying to get the hits in. Unfortunately, not going to be able to escape the Rizzlers from Riz Esports. Ragnar just on the opposing side. The team's now continuing to move up. Mzansi, or rather that's Umbra, getting themselves back up, right? Aztec and the rest of the crew here. Rafiki, all these names, right? Very exciting to see.
No.
But that zone,
You know,
I like what
Rafiki.
the zone's doing here. Very centered, yeah. Yes, I do.
Rafiki is the Swahili word for friend. But whose friend is he?
That's a
Everyone
good
in this
question.
game is his enemy. He's trying his best, but no one wants him around. Rafiki has to do a lot. Muzanzi Esports. But at the moment, the team with the most eliminations Accelerate with 6 eliminations already. And the 6 eliminations coming only from 2 players, with the 2 getting 3 each. Quite some incredible game. And the 7mm with the 5 eliminations. We have the MVPs, 4 tying up with the Nova, NTX. All of them, they have the 4 eliminations. And it will be quite hard. Already a team has been eliminated. And getting eliminated fast, I think that would pull some strings on your mind. Like, what might be going on? Because imagine, you are prepared, but then you get eliminated very, very early.
Nice
What do you
race
think they
through
might
here as
do?
well. I mean, I don't know, but right, it's tough because we did see V3. At least they kept to their name, right? V3 with only 3 players in the lobby. It checks out. But we'd love to see 4, right? So change it to V4. They can, of course, fix that coming into the next match. But for the time being, we are going to be looking to see who's going to be the one to get their hands on that big fat winner chicken dinner. So far, it is still very difficult to say, right? We've got a few teams a little bit further down the rankings here that could definitely come through with a few surprises. I'm looking at 8-Bit, looking over on towards the Goofers there as well. The Natural Killers, right? Any of them can decide to just start popping off here. But it is going to be difficult to recover some good ground, right? Looking at what Mad, for instance, have done, they've now gone for a very centralized position up in towards that zone. So is that going to be a good spot? I don't know, because it's all going to depend on what these other teams just on the outskirts of the zone are going to look to bring to it. For the time being, Umbra just going to be locking down the compound here. Oh, Shanks trying to send out a quick call for
sad.
Doritos, but instead, well, gets taken right on down.
You know, you have to expect that kind of things happening in this game. Everyone just wants to secure the point. You know, the elimination to the 1 point, you want to secure it as fast as you can. avoid that tiebreak as much as possible. And that is a clean spray. Although did not make the clean connection that he was expecting, deja vu. He has that feeling, a feeling that this has happened before, but not to him, to the enemy player. 8-bit Valerian, everyone just on the lookout. But Mzansi has to be careful at a very, very central place. These will create a choke point for them because the other teams might take the high ground and try to pick them out one by one. And you know, if you give out that opening knock, you are as good as gone to the lobby, because teams are very, very aggressive. They know they have to take the chances and they have to take them very, very early. And still no action happening. All the teams are just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. But the zone is not going to wait for anyone with 20 seconds remaining. This is action brewing in each and every place, DK. This is what we are hoping to see. This is what we've been waiting to see. 55 players still remaining. 15 teams.
Yeah. Look at the amount of eliminations, right? There's been so many eliminations, and of course that is what is part of the uniqueness of this Rondo map. The teams can just lock in squads and squads of damage, but we've only lost one officially so far. So we do see Mad taking that smack dab center zone, Riz right there alongside them, and of course the rest of the lobby are still to move on in. But I think this next potential zone could be the one where things are going to get quite dire for a lot of our teams here. Of course, we're just north of Ulan, not too far away from Stadium, so there's a big opportunity for some crazy sprays. Speed now, in the meantime, is going to try and just poke a few of those tires out so that there's not going to be any opportunity for the opposing side to rotate out. 8-bit, though, they came in quite aggressive at the start of the match. Now, kind of holding back, playing a slightly bit more of a reserved approach here. So, I'm curious to see if they're going to look to maybe pick up that momentum again, right? They do have 5 eliminations, so it's not that they need much more, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to say no to that opportunity.
Well, it's never enough. Even if you have 10 eliminations, it is never enough. You don't know how the next game will be. So in the game that you're dominating so much, you need to get as many points as possible, as many eliminations. You need to bring them in. You know, you don't know what holds for the next game. You might land and then get eliminated quite early. And they have to keep on pushing. And still, 55 players remaining. Mzansi, they had the spot, and we were talking about that spot that Mzansi was holding, the petrol station area. And already Mzansi, Rafiki, Aztec, they are down on their knees, and only 2 players on the feet. And they want to rescue. But I don't think help is going to be coming for Rafiki. He is everyone's friend, but he is no one's friend in this game. Riz, Ragnar on the other end, they're trying to hold the south side. XLR holding that ridge area, but no eliminations are coming to their end. Zetsu being the first to strike from Mzansi, and he gets another elimination, but not able to secure, getting quite some shots from behind. And they will be trying their best to get the eliminations, but they have to do a lot. Mzansi has to do a lot. I think this is the second time that we're seeing Mzansi getting eliminated like this.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. So far, it's not the entire squad that's been swept away just yet, right? They still have Zetsu available, and of course, Z over there as well. But let's see what is going to come through for Deja Vu. We do say goodbye to the Goof Academy as they are going to be making their way out of here, at least walking away with that 1 elimination. They have some points on the board, but we are not yet even close to placement point territory. So whoever is going to be able to make it to there has to do quite a lot of work. We got Thanos in here that's already been snapped out of existence. Now it's up to Soulman, but unfortunately even more aggression now starting to find its way through. So far, Soulman's still just barely holding on. I'm not quite sure what Soulman's teammate's name is. We call him Bob because I don't know what those characters mean, but either which way, Bob popping down a few smokes here, trying to put up some good coverage because they are getting absolutely pressured on the edge of zone here.
Bro, this is the best point for them, but we have a team still in the blue. So this is the worst point for them. And the zone is closing. All the teams, they have to make the shift, and just 3 teams, only 3 teams are in the play zone. And all the other ones, they will be making the push, and they have to make the push. Otherwise, that zone That will be their biggest enemy, but with nowhere to run. NVX, they're trying their best. They're trying to survive. And this is turning to be a graveyard for them. It was haven for them before the zone came to this spot. Right now, these guys are getting cooked from every single angle. And if they make it through that point, they will have zero utilities. All their bandages, all their nades, because they were fighting Mzanzi. And Mzanzi is still there.
Yep.
So I don't know. I think that would be a very tough point for them to even try and get out of.
It's going to be a tough one, but nice sprays, and I love the sound of that AUG on the money as Master is going to get picked on up. I'm curious to see what's going to be happening right here on the southeastern side as Accelerate now has the opportunity already, doing quite a bit of damage here onto the side of Riz. And while all this is happening, we do see the players from the natural killers rather starting to make their moves as they move up from that northern side. MVP also now starting to move a little bit closer to zone. So if well, Accelerate is not fast, they might not have too much of an opportunity on the remainder of Riz Esports as they are slowly kind of starting to bounce back. Umbra getting swept under the rug. Out they go. 10th place it is. One step closer to placement points. But now, Riz Speed trying to lock it down, spotting out a few angles. But look at that wide spread coming through here from Riz. I mean, they are taking up so much space here. Now, it is going to be go time as Accelerate starts to push on forward. Even Menace here is going to get pressured in. And it's just coming through. Out they go. HZE take it out for the count. Now, Riz here, Youngblood, has the opportunity to maybe try and lock the zone down.
Well, they have the opportunity, but one of their guys is down. So they have to get the revive so that they can control the play zone and ultimately try to win the game. But that was a fantastic knock. The player was just going to get the finish, but then he was finished instead. You have nowhere to run. You have to be careful even while trying to get the finish. It's quite crazy. And Rondo being one of the maps with the best graphics, I would say that. Because look at how the players are trying to find cover. Just are trying to make the holes on the ground. I think they should include that in Erangel. If they bring that feature, Erangel will be one of the best maps. But Rondo, at the moment, this is the hottest. Undisputed. Are still trying to make it to the play zone. Nades flying from every single angle. Koshi has to be careful. The zone is closing. He's not in the play zone. He has to strive to excel. But unfortunately, fortunate enough, we have the MVPs in front of them who are currently leading in terms of eliminations with 8 teams remaining. If you get eliminated right now, that is only 1 point. But they are just getting battered and bruised in the open. I don't think they will be making it to the play zone.
Going to be a tough play indeed here for them to try and secure. But fortunately, it's not too far for them to move, right? They are relatively close to the zone. But looking at Mad Esports, Tamashi, they are going to look to make it quite difficult as Gagashi, though, is going to get taken on down. Now it's going to be an opportunity here for MVP to come running on forward. Up comes Adrian and the rest of the crew. They have their eyes set on target, and they now look to absolutely demolish the side of Mad Esports. Now Tamashi trying to come through with a bit of an off angle. Beautiful sounds here from Adrian. Yet again, Clips also going to be trying to bring in a little bit of assistance here. Ogre is going to get finished on up as they can't make it through to save him on time. Now Tamashi, Berry, and everybody else from Mad trying to lock down the compound, right? Very close to center. This could buy them quite a bit of an opportunity, but still they sit with only those 5 eliminations to their name. Now, the nades, the utility, starting to fly on in. Can MVP get the angles to clear these compounds?
Yeah, this will be pretty hard for the MVPs, having 2 of the players eliminated by the Accelerate Esports, who is currently their best competitor yet, with 9 eliminations on the MVPs with 8. Mad, they are quite happy because their load has been reduced. MVP is reduced to 2 players from a 4-player. There's a squad. Very, very angry. Mad Esports, they have to make the push. They have to try their best, but they should not be in the open. So how are they going to make the push? Accelerate watching them. They're just trying to pick up the players. And these will be hard to even know who will be taking that chicken dinner home. Mad Esports, they won the MVPs. The MVPs, they only have a fraction of the play zone. Riz Esports on the other end, they are farming those eliminations. With 9 eliminations already, Riz Esports currently second when it comes to those eliminations. And we talked about the Riz Esports. They had one player down. Right now, they have a full squad. Their domination is quite crazy. Do you think they can be able to get the chicken dinner?
Yeah, they might be able to. I mean, especially looking at how they are currently situated in the zone, I think there is a great opportunity for us because, I mean, they control the entire southern side, right? So from the middle up, right, that whole northern half of the zone is occupied by the rest of the teams. You can see on that mini-map, it's just Riz situated down on towards that southern side. Everybody else up north is going to fight for control. Now it's going to be Mad Esports starting to try and get a little bit of an opportunity, but MVP coming in clutch. Adrian with a quick follow-up. Now it's up to Clips to see, can they pop the shots in? So far, Mad losing player after player, and this is just the duo from Team MVP looking to contest here. Tamashi now trying to get that buggy out of harm's way, quickly pushing out. Fortunately, that backseat could provide him a bit of additional cover, but he's not going to be able to make much of it as he gets absolutely hosed down. Now, Kagashi is the last one left, but he's going to try and bring his teammates back into the fight. Adrian also now having to try and see, can he get a hand on Clips? But this is where you got to be super careful, right? We got Natural Killers up towards the north, and of course, Accelerate occupying that eastern side. So the pressure is just getting more and more intense.
Yeah, as the pressure is building, this team, they have to change their locations. The zone will be coming and they will all be forced to fight in the open. So if you have a bit of cover, that's the best thing that you can do. But talking about Adrian, I think he's found his meta weapon. That AUG is doing him justice. Already with the 5 eliminations, that man is a beast. Even though they only have us, that is a duo, they are still dominating. They are still calling the shots. MVPs, they still in the game. Are they going to get the chicken dinner as a duo? If they do that, you know, that will be the biggest clutch in the PMNC history as at the moment. But everyone just trying to get the good positions. MVP still looking for those clips. As Adrian is watching from the shallows under the bridge, but over his head. And the Mad Esports, they are losing players. You know, they had the best position, but as the play zone shifted, I think that became the worst position ever. Oh my goodness me.
I would say it's the worst position, but it's proving to be quite a bit of a challenging one, right? Because now they have to fight their way back into zone, and so far it might cost them dearly. As you can see, those reinforcements just dropping on down. But this is a beautiful setup going through from MVP, and they can just look to gather so much information. We do say goodbye to the Natural Killers, who unfortunately are going to get sent back with not a single elimination to their name. Mad Esports also closing up right behind them there. But now it's going to be Riz and MVP stepping up into a bit of a showdown. For the time being, it does seem like it is going to be a little bit of a throw-off, right? Both sides just trying to clear the way, trying to reach the opposing side. But you can't make too much noise because you are going to make yourself quite vulnerable to those sprays coming in from the eastern side, right? Riz, though, still trying to play as much of the angles as they can, but their numbers are also starting to dwindle as we are down to only 9 remaining players, 4 teams left. Adrian is going to get brought on down, and now the pressure turns to Clips to see can he hold strong, but unfortunately, Riz is going to deny him that eventuality, so there is not going to be that insane clutch up that we were waiting for. At least double-digit elims is what they walk away with.
Yeah, and the game will have a brand new MVPs because the real MVPs have been eliminated. Riz Esports is on the money. Accelerate. They have 12 eliminations already. They are still pushing for the chicken. You know, 12 is not enough. Accelerate, they want all the points, but is the undisputed team going to give them an easy time or a hard time? Retro, the only player from the undisputed that is remaining. Can he do a 1v3? He has 3 eliminations, and these should be easy for him, but quite hard when it comes to context. You know, theory is easy, but when it comes to practice, that's the hardest thing ever. But Team Accelerate, undisputed, everyone is trying to get a piece of the play zone. They have the vehicle, they have the mobility. But Accelerate, they are losing players. They try to move with the vehicle, but Reese Esports, they just clobbered them down. And down to 2 players. Reese Esports, they have the best position in the game. A 2v1, 5 players remaining. It's all about a matter of time.
Oh, dude, it's going to come down to the wire here. Accelerate now, also trying to figure out what they can do. They are quite pinched up on the edge of that zone, as we did see quite a bit of pressure being applied here by the side of Riz. But, I mean, you were talking about undisputed, right? Retro has been quiet for quite some time here, but the zone is going to reveal all as we now enter stage number 9. There is no more phases coming. Ooh. This is going to be the end of the game, the final blue zone closure. As you can see, Rin doesn't have a lot of health left over on that side. Meanwhile, it's going to be Haki and Speed just locking down the hill. 14 eliminations to their name. Absolutely beast mode being engaged. The zone claiming a few of its victims. And now it is going to be a 1v2 showdown. And there we have it. It is none other than Riz Esports rizzing their way to the winner chicken dinner as they come in with an absolutely beast mode performance. Well done.
Beast mode and the Rizzlers, they just had it all. With only 2 players, they were able to dominate and ultimately get that chicken dinner. And that is a graceful GG's to the Riz Esports Rizzlers. They wanted the MVPs. They got the MVPs. They fought the Mad Esports. They fought Accelerate, and then they fast-paced the game into that chicken dinner. And for the Riz Esports, taking the number 1, total eliminations 15. That is crazy. 15 eliminations already in double digits. That's mad.
It's insane. Yeah, dude, I mean, almost hitting 3,000 damage as well. Absolutely crazy stuff. But of course, right, it was Rondo, right? We've come to expect this performance to happen on the map of Rondo itself, right? Now, where I would be hella impressed is if this happened for the rest of the day. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I want that to happen. But so Riz Esports setting the stage for the rest of the competition here today, but a very, very strong performance on their end. And of course, well, a little bit of healing was done, right? They didn't do too much of it, but if you compare that with the amount of eliminations, they were absolutely on fire. And this is where everything is going to be going on now. Of course, we are going to be moving on to the next bits of graphics. I think that's going to be our MVP breakdown, right? To see who was the absolute legends coming through, right? Those individual performances, of course, we know. Riz Esports, the Rizzlers, the action bringers.
Bro.
But I want to see more.
But that first game, already they have 25 points. Imagine what margin that is, because we have a team that goes 0 points, 1 point. That is quite a margin for them to try to even close. And for the Riz Esports, they got the winner chicken dinner in the first game of the day 2 of the group number 2. This is the Riza Ragnar. Bro, that guy is an absolute menace. With 4 eliminations and 4 knocks, he was not fooling around. His 4 knocks were 4 eliminations. Like, he made sure that he got every single elimination from every single knock. Riz Haki was quite good, also with quite some good eliminations. They tried their best, and that's how the 15 eliminations came by. And looking at the match summary, the most eliminations, 6 eliminations from the team Accelerate Kingpin. That guy is a brutal menace. 6 eliminations. Kingpin also with the highest damage. What does this guy not have? Also with the longest elimination. What?
That's
crazy.
It, right? That's why Kingpin is called the Kingpin, because Kingpin doing things the Kingpin does so well. But yeah, very, very excited to see the breakdown of everything that we have here for our squads. A very good start to the action, but of course, this is only the first match, right? We have 5 more games to go. So taking a look at things here, of course, we are going to be hopping into that match breakdown. So Riz Esports sitting quite comfortably with 25 points. A phenomenal performance. Those 12 eliminations coming through for Accelerate is going to award them 17 total points. MVP also hitting the double double digits, locking in 14 in total. And then, of course, well, 7mm keeping true to their name as they walk away with 7 points for this very first game. But, of course, this is only the first half of the leaderboard. There is a second half as well hiding in there somewhere, and they will be coming through very, very soon. But a very dominating performance for the first match. Now, the big question is, can they keep it up, right? Can they keep the Riz strong and keep on rolling with it, or will they get out-accelerated, or will the MVPs step up and be the undisputed winners here? We don't know yet, right? And that's why we're here to find out. But, of course, you can't forget about Insurgent, right? Look at Insurgent, 8 eliminations as well, right? So a very nice showing of that gun skill, a lot of aggression coming through here. And if this is a taste of what is to come today, I am here for it. Unfortunately, V-Through going out so early on in this game are going to get sent back with nothing but bubbles. But they've got 5 more maps to try and make up for it.
And this is going to be quite a hurdle, but they have to have their minds set straight. You know, you have to get to the top 8 and you have to do all your best. If you have the cards, play them all right now. You don't have to lose even a single game. You have to do your best to get that, even though it's not a win, get eliminations and get at least a good placement point. And for the player of the match, none other than the king himself. His drone still intact. The Kingpin with 6 eliminations, 1,201 damage, 6 knockouts. This man is, as we said, a beast. Kingpin.
Yeah.
Now, I think this has been one of the top guys in the qualifiers. He wants the MVP.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Will he get the MVP, bro? $200 is quite crazy. $200 is quite crazy, because looking at the number 1, number 2, number 3 is like you're getting a quarter of the share from the number 1, and quite some good professional skills from that man. Hopefully, in the second game, he'll do the same.
Well, there's only going to be one way for us to find out, but I got to say, the stage has been set, right? The standard has been delivered, or set, or whatever you want to call it. But of course, only one way for us to find out what the action will hold for game number 2. We'll find out right after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Play PUBG Mobile like that, you'll never be the one.
Wrong. There's no never for the one.
The zone is closing. You're getting left behind.
Left behind? Watch closely. The one walks on the edge.
You're gonna lose it all.
No, for the one big moment, I'll risk it all.
What are you doing? Aren't you afraid to lose?
Lose? No, I'm here to claim the one.
You can't beat him.
Says who? Watch closely. The one dominates.
Are you posing?
Why not? The one sets the trend.
They see you treat this like a dress-up game.
the one has to dress the part.
You're making yourself the biggest target.
Exactly. I'm the one everyone's watching.
Watch out, we're being flanked. Oops. You're a liability. You're just slowing him down.
A liability? Together we are the one.
You call that a win? That was just dumb luck.
Luck? This is the power of the one for two.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the
I
one.
am the one.
I am the one. I am the one.
I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting on my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMAC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualified to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the fall global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us 4 opportunities to qualify to 4 globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready for more insane, crazy PUBG mobile action. Match number 1 done and dusted. If you missed it, why? Go back, go take a look, go see how epic and crazy Rondo was. Of course, we are going to be getting ourselves ready to hop into a little bit of that Erangel action as the teams are getting ready to cook. Of course, hopefully, Youngblood, there is going to be a lot of cooking coming over as we head into Erangel for the first dose of 3.
I am ready. Let's get the cooking pot out, because definitely this is going to be a lot of cooking. Accelerate, can they get a chicken dinner finally? Or are the Rizzlers going to rizz up the whole lobby? This is the second game of the evening. No, I'm just waiting to see Pochinki apartments. Those are my kind of fights, the hot drops. But we don't normally have a lot of teams going to these hot drops. Why do you think that is so? Because in classics, you see a lot of guys going to the hot drops, but when it comes to these tournaments, only few players, selected ones.
I think they might not want to risk it all just yet, right? It does require a very certain kind of person to hot drop in there and have the level of confidence to ensure that they are going to be able to make it out alive on the other side, right? So you have to have, you know, big bits of confidence on you. You know what I meant
confidence.
there, but we're not going to say that just yet. Yes, confidence. You need strong like bull, right? But so I'm curious to see if anybody is going to look to bring any of that on in. Of course, this time it is going to be the home turf of PUBG, right? The game, the map rather, that has been around for so long. Everybody can pretty much play this map with their eyes closed. Just about, right? So I want to see who's going to be looking to bring it in. I know if I'm asking you where we could potentially be looking at some bits of action, you've kind of already answered that question, right? You said Pochinki, you said apartments, maybe school, but I don't think the flight path is going to allow us to go there. And of course, as we can see down there, we are going to be taking off in just a few more seconds. So all will be revealed. And yeah, it is going to be a very interesting one because this is not Rondo, right? There's no recalls.
Yes, they have to play it good. You have to play it with the squad. It's not an individual fight, it's a squad fight. And this is Erangel. Second game of the evening. Let's see who's got the big fit to be able to step up into the action.
You know what they say about big feet?
You poisoned me.
You know what they say about big feet, right?
No, what?
They have big socks and big shoes as well. But speaking of which, though, we are going to be looking at that flight path coming in from the western side, heading over to the southeastern side. Military base and military island is going to be in play here. I'm curious to see if anybody's going to look to drop in there. We do see the natural killers in 7mm taking a position up towards the north, heading for that South George position. They're going to have to share, though, because Deja Vu is also heading up there. MVP and Goof Academy dropping not too far away from there. We do see quite a few other teams heading off in different directions, but now it is going to be the Rizzmasters getting themselves into a bit of a situation here. They do have Aimbot and the rest of the crew there from Goof also holding alongside them. Deja Vu now coming in with quite a bit of aggression as the natural killers now fall to the wayside. A very rough start there for the natural killers. Not the entire squad, but they did lose quite a few players.
Oh, that will prove to be quite an issue. Well, we go on with the game, but currently the men that are leading these, the Rizzlers, in a very, very heated fight versus the Goof Academy. The Goof Academy will they be able to shake down the Rizzlers? The weapons are few, the utilities are quite limited, and it's anyone's game. And Goofa, Rizz, Haki, no peace for them. Goofa, one of the guys is down, and already 2 players down. And the Goof Academy, they are getting schooled. Welcome to the Rizzlers. Only 2 players remain in 4v2 situation for the Rizzlers. And these might be a potential knock. Haki down by the Mika. It goes for Mika, the Rizzlers. Also losing 1 key player, but they have just won the fight. Goof Academy, They have just received a lesson on not to land at Gatka, and it will be quite painful for the Goof Academy because I was not expecting that to unfold like that. You know, I saw them knocking one of the Riz players down, and I thought they had the upper hand, but to no avail. The Rizlers, they still stand strong.
Yeah, that was a brutal play. I mean, wow. The Rizzlers, yeah, they're not lacking on Riz whatsoever. They chose quite a bit of aggression with that. But now it's going to be a little bit more of a quiet time here, as we don't necessarily see as many teams dropping in on each other. There is potentially maybe something happening pretty close to Potato Hill, as we do see a lot of teams moving in and around looking for a bit of an opportunity. But of course, anything can still happen here. Insurgents, though, they are one of the squads situated up towards that Potato Hill side. Not sure if anything's going to come in their direction. Meanwhile, there's going to be Menace or HZE making their way through here as well, just a little bit north of that farm position. So a little bit of open field playing here. Of course, this is that Potato Hill spot that I was talking about. But let's see. So far, seems to go back to quietness.
Yeah, right now the teams are just trying to get enough loot for them to be able to get into fights. You know, you have to get enough loot, you have to get a position, and the MVP is already with quite some good loot. And most teams are heading towards the prison area. We have teams in Hospital, Lipovka, also harboring the Novex. And it is still very, very early to judge who will be dominating. And looking at the Accelerate Esports, they were good in the first game, but will they be better when it comes to Erangel? You know, Erangel has different terrains, different physics. You can't like making exploding terrains. You have to be pinpoint, otherwise you are cooked. But the game is just beginning, man. You know, DK is quite hard to even know like which team will have the upper hand as the zone shifts towards the Gatka area. I think all the teams, we have close to 5 teams, no, even 6, 7 teams outside the play zone. So we're going to be having quite a hurdle in the bridge area. So Sovnovka military base was a very, very good spot, but they have to cross the bridge.
Yep, they definitely have to close the bridge. But, I mean, speaking about the bridge, we might see Mad locking down that western bridge, as we have Undisputed still having to rotate up. We've got 8-Bit also having to push up from their side as well. So there's still quite a few opportunities here. We do see Umbra also out there in the lovely Malta area as well, looking to get their loot on. So for the time being, everything seems pretty normal, right? Nothing too out of the ordinary here. I am still looking over at 7mm, who find themselves in a bit of a situation up in South George. Of course, currently is going about their loot. Deja Vu hanging around just alongside them here, but I don't know if 7mm are aware of Deja Vu's location, because Deja Vu, sure as goodness, knows exactly where Mufasa, Guru, and everybody else is.
They just have a good position. You know, these are like snakes, just waiting for their prey to move, be in the open, and they will strike. You know, Deja Vu, they have a good position. I think this is just the game awareness, where maybe they, when they were landing, they saw a team there, or maybe they just assumed we have a team there. And once the player just got to that position, he just knew, okay, these guys, I have to get an elimination. And Deja Vu's, they'll be going for the push, but they have to have the opening knock. These kind of fights, apartments fights, I don't love them.
I mean, it's a difficult place to be in right now, right? Because there's not necessarily any benefit to you being here. But what I'm liking here is the fact that MG and Scavy are going to be looking to just push in on that western front. So we could see the players from 7mm actually getting pincered here, right? Deja Vu already starting to come through with the plays there, as Fatal has been found. Now it's going to be up to Mufasa and the rest of the team to see, can they quickly pick themselves back up and now switch onto the defensive, because this could be a full send coming through from Deja Vu. As you can see that 3-1 split now being played. It is going to be Shanks just on the top side there, trying to keep a bit of overwatch as the rest of the crew now descends down into the lovely apartments itself. But it is going to be go time, and a very nice strategy here from Deja Vu. But this is where the natural killers could definitely look to upset this, right? They still have that position over on the west.
Yeah, they have a good position, but they have to be looking behind them because the hospital area was one key area where we saw teams landing. I think that was one of the first spots where the teams that was eliminated. Where what was that team? I think that is the team number 14. The NAT team, they're like the one eliminated, were trying to go to hospital, so they have to be on the lookout. Natural killers, sorry. NTK, yeah, natural killers. They are the ones. They lost 2 players while trying to go straight to the hospital area. And if these guys are not careful enough, that might be the end for the Deja Vus. But the Deja Vu, they have the position, they have the intel, they have the communication, and with all their players taking very different angles, trying to lock in, they can't be winning this. They have to be winning this fight. If they can be able to get another knock, I think these guys would just go on a full send, take those eliminations, and maybe try to get the chicken.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good tactic for them to try and play out here, but whatever they were going to do, they have to be really quick about it. Also going to be looking at those squads rotating up from the blue, now trying to get themselves situated. 8-bit still a little bit slow with their rotations. We can just barely see them in that bottom right corner, getting ready to move on through. Undisputed already starting to take their approach onto the bridge. 8-bit, as we just saw there, almost there as well. Now it's going to be MVP. And yeah, the players from Insurgents, I believe, finding themselves in a bit of a situation up on towards the northern edge as the zone is going to push, approaching that Rozok side. Now V3, ooh, yes, this is their opportunity to come through a little bit of something, right? They were the first squad back in match number 1. Let's see, can they lock it in? They're going to have to just hold on to the angles. And they got quite a few teams actually to choose from here, so patience could pay off.
Yes, this time around they have a squad. In the previous game they had a duo, but they are going to be fighting out with the Riz Esports, and they're trying to gather the intel. Riz Esports going straight to the V3. No little do they know that they have a full squad there, and Riz Esports will be playing it very careful, but quite some good connection for the Riz Haki. V3 Chaser getting the Riz speed, and speed is quite slow and taken down about the V3s, and we have a fight. Riz Haki also down, and this is getting quite insane. Riz Master, they're trying to get the V3s, and with only 2 players remaining, Ragnar and Master, they have to bring all they can in this fight. And the V3s, that was a hit and run. They got the elimination, yep. And they don't even want to find out what other team is there.
But I think that's a good strategy for V3, right? Because we've not seen too much from them, especially in that first game, so they don't want to risk everything just yet, right? They want to play their cards relatively close to their chest here. And now it is going to be HZE or Menace just cresting the top of this hill, looking down on them. Aki is still going to be leading down. And now we just see a nice spread of teams right over on the side. Is where we did see the players there from Accelerate holding their position. Riz Esports, though, the first one out of here as they get absolutely picked up. Mad coming through with the final few hits to send them packing, but we are going to look at that zone getting ready to pop as well, as it will be taking us maybe over to Everest. Let's see. Oh, no, just over into Gatka. So Accelerate here, a beautiful read on that zone. Right, they are going to be able to pick up, especially those 3 teams coming through from the western side, right? V37 and Deja Vu. But this is where I think the pressure is really going to start to mount, especially on that southern side, right? We've got NVX, Novex coming through there. We've got NT holding onto the southern side. We've got Umbra moving up. We've got nades going off all over the place. So this is going to be a pretty crazy play.
Well, it's already crazy. Mainers, they came in with that party. They came for the V3s and they got the knock. Chaser might be the final player here. And Chaser is not one man to be joking around with. These might be the nade that seals the fate of the V3s. But Chaser, quite careful. Another good nade going to the push. Mainers, 1 mag with a full mag DBS on hand. Going for the knock. Clean connection. And that was perfect, solid, sublime. GG's.
Well, one mag only needs one mag, insane. Right? That's it.
No.
Yep, that's it. Give one mag of DBS, and then off they go.
And
they'll try to pick it up, but yeah, that's right
but if
on
there's a
the
weapon,
money here. But no.
Hey. Yeah. Whoa, DK. Well, if there is a weapon that makes me makes my leg shake is the DBS. The DBS is one of the metas in the game, and wherever you hear someone reloading that DBS, just get out of the way. Otherwise, you're going to be a very, very big casualty. Anyway, let's go back to the fight today.
Yeah, I call the DBS the don't be silly, right? That's why it's called DBS. It's not a double barrel shotgun, it's a don't be silly. Speaking of which though, MVP and the players here from the Insurgent side are going to find themselves a bit of an altercation. MVP now trying to pick up a bit of a momentous play here. As you can see, Insurgents just down to a two-piece, trying to get it locked down, but it's not going to be an easy position to fight from. I like the fact that Shinu and Putin have put themselves on the far side, but Adrian coming through with that P90 with Clips and everybody else now rolling on up. This is going to be absolute chaos. The Natural Killer's coming in right behind them, so it might be quite short-lived, but Putin goes down, Shinu goes down, and that is the Insurgents getting absolutely wiped on out. But they've now made a bit of noise, so this could be deja vu with Natural Killers coming in hot.
And this is no longer a fight. It's a whole festival of third parties. Natural Killers, they got a knock. One of the guys is down and they are trying their best. MVPs, they have been on their top form. 5 eliminations already. Lucifer has to be careful. This is no hell. This is a wrangle.
Ooh.
And it's quite crazy.
Yeah.
As time is ticking, circle closing in 13 seconds. Expect a lot of fights. I can hear that. Those are the sirens of not hope, but the lobby is calling. Who will answer the call early and who will get that chicken? You know, it smells nice. It smells chicken. But you know what? No one, not everyone can make it to the dining grounds. Some will not even see it. The lobby is quite interesting and might be home to a lot of guys here. We have a lot of teams. And the zone, this might be the end.
Well, I mean, the zone is round, exactly like the round table, right? So I can see how we can get to that, the dining grounds coming on through. Speaking about which, we do have a few teams pulling up into the gut trenches, also known as chopsticks here. So let's see whether or not there is going to be any action unfolding there. Of course, it's going to be HZE trying to push in from that southern side. Meanwhile, MVP trying to lock down the north, as Shanks is now one of the last few remaining hopefuls here for the side of Deja Vu. The shots connecting up, and this is Deja Vu in trouble as they get absolutely swept aside. Now, one mag getting popped down there as one nade makes his way on in. Of course, NT going to be holding nice and steadily as well. Pressure all around them. But see, NTX, can they get it? Payne just trying to gather a bit of information here. We got Novex just holding onto the side. Good setup in Gatka itself. Very controlling on the edge of that zone. But I'm looking at 8-bit moving into the north of the trenches here, and that could also allow them quite a bit of flexibility, especially with the teams coming through on the southern side.
Yeah, 8-bit has a very, very good positioning, because I don't think any team can try to get them from behind. You know, as long as they control this spot, they have the best spot in the area. I've seen this spot teams dominating, because if you try to push them, they will see you first. You will not see them first. They will see you first, and they will make that first strike. The only downside with this spot is the barrage of nades that follow after one opening knock. So you have to be careful not to give away that opening knock. Otherwise, they are very, very good to go. And I see these players, they have like good aims, and they remind me of my aim. My aim in PUBG is like my Wi-Fi, man. Sometimes strong, sometimes completely gone.
Wife like aim like Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's an interesting one to have. But in the meantime, it is going to be Novex, whose aim is definitely not like Wi-Fi. It's more like fiber, right? They just keep on hitting the points here. But now Umbra also looking to regain a little bit of the ground as they are going to be full sending it. Still having to get themselves situated up in zone. The southern side is going to be an absolute battlefield. The 7 mil now starts to fall to the wayside. It is going to be Valerian picking up that first hit. Is going to try and land that fatal hit on Fatal. So far, 7 going to be looking to hold their distance. Now Mufasa trying to engage as he moves on up. But look at this. It's going to be NTX creeping up the side here. And it is absolutely troubling now for 7mm as they might have stretched themselves out a little bit too thin here.
That's a very, very good spot. But, you know, stretching themselves 7 they went into the open. That's why they're getting these early knocks very, very easily. You know, playing in the open is quite hard. You know, the haystacks, they cannot help you that much. And the circle closing 0 seconds, you don't have anywhere to even move, man. I'm trying to look at these teams right now. And this is the end of it all. The circle that brings them together. It's not the last circle, but these might be the last circle for most of these teams that I'm seeing right now. As Agatka Trenches has been the key spot and already engulfed in the lobby. We can't see the 7MMs in their last bouts. They have been trying to survive, but unfortunately, 10 teams remaining. MVP is currently fast with 6 eliminations. They are cooking haze with the 5 eliminations. A mad team. In the previous game, they had some mad time as the V3s are escorted back to the lobby, and you know, they still don't have the placement points, which is quite painful. They still have 9 teams remaining.
Yeah, but at least we can say this match, it's the most points that they've had so far, right? So good for them. They've established themselves on that leaderboard now. But now it's going to be up to our remaining 9 squads to show us what they've got. MVP, they're going to be trying to get a little bit of something cooking here as they roll through from that northern side, sneaking up right behind the players here from 8-bit. But it's not as strong a position as they would have hoped for, because we can see the players from Mad Esports also just coming in on that eastern side. A nice cheeky nade over the ridge is going to make things a little bit more challenging here for MVP. They know that they don't have easy and clear access to push straight on forward. We do see Adrian, though, hunting down the final player from the Natural Killers. But look at that effortless spray here as Potion has the answer to accelerate. 1 play down, 4 more to go, or a few more to go to see whether or not anybody is going to look to relinquish control or maybe reclaim some. Wow. Well, Youngblood, I don't know if you're still there, but here we go. It is going to be MVP now trying to retaliate, come back with a bit of a response here, as it is 8-bit pushing straight upon them. MVP now using this opportunity to get themselves back into the fight. Accelerate also trying to capitalize on the silence here, moving forward. Want to bring their players back. Give a good old swing at it with this MVP now. Oh, about to get hit by that nade. Beautiful position. It does find a Potion again. Ogre having a big chunk of that health getting taken away from him. This nade could be the final blow, unfortunately, for the side of 8-bit. That is not quite what happened, as MVP now continues to hold strong, hold steady. But here we have it. The push is going all over the place. Now, teams trying relentlessly to get themselves into position. A lot of playing, a lot of aggression as the teams continue now. But who will be the one to lock it down? Wow.
I think 8-bit are dominating that position very, very well. The only thing they need to do is not lose that position. If they lose the position, they are cooked. But the trenches, these has been the final ground. And I think they still have... No, I don't think. They don't have the zone. Yeah, they have to make the shift. But it's easier for them to make the shift because they'll be moving down the trenches as they try to get the sweet spots. And all the teams. Oh, I think the 8-bit are still in zone. Oh my goodness, they're still in zone. Well, XLR, they have to get the play zone very well, but I think they are still in zone, so they can still dominate the game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's still a very tough position, right? MVP, though, looking to get themselves set up quite nicely here, right? They have been fighting quite a bit to try and just hold on to some kind of ground here. Accelerate. They've been able to pick themselves back up. They do have Rin and the rest of the team just patiently awaiting here as Novex comes rotating right past them. Oh, beautiful ambush. Now Accelerate trying to lock it in. Novex running for the hills. And this is Respect just using that vehicle as big coverage. But Novex stepping it up, going up onto the roof to try and reach in.
And he does get the knock. Thanos just snapped and got those eliminations. He got the knocks, but trying to secure. Novex getting pushed. Have to be careful. P90 in hand. Novex, Thanos cooking up a nade, and these might be the end as he tries to make sure that he gets the elimination, but unfortunately not able. He just got his teammate and Novex accelerate. They won the elimination. Thanos has to be careful. This might be the nade that seals it all. And Thanos still surviving, but he has to move. He's at a very, very bad spot. Accelerate still pushing them and still applying the pressure. Thanos still getting barraged with the nades, with the mollies. And Thanos, oh my word! That was quite a knock. That was eliminated by Frosy. And he does go to secure the elimination. And that's a good play from Accelerate. Team Accelerate on top form and on top of their game.
Absolutely amazing stuff we're witnessing right here. But now it is going to be Undisputed also trying to fight their way through the trenches. Oh, quick hit onto Ion. Down they go. Let's see whether or not Geo can get anything done here. Vale trying to hold up the top side there for the side of HVE, but the pressure is on. Its utilities flying in from all directions. Apparently, according to chat, Retro is going to start to pop off, so we'll keep a very close eye on them. We do say goodbye to NTX Esports though. And now, with only 7 teams remaining, this is where it really starts to get pretty hot over on Erangel right here. 8-Bit still trying relentlessly to reach all the way into MVP, but they just can't get that angle.
Yo, and the MVPs are still getting utilities just in front of them. They have two drops. On the other end, we have the UAE fighting against Manis. Manis has been causing quite some trouble. And he might be making the push with 5 eliminations. Vale might be unveiling quite some good shots in. And this man is fighting as a solo. But this solo is not so low. He's high on expectation, high on motivation. And if these nades connects, these might be a perfect knock. Cheetos has to be careful. And that might be the end. And look at the nade. That is a bye-bye to the Manis. Vale. Unveiled and taken back in a very unfamiliar fashion. He does not know. But anytime that man will be looking at a nade, he will be having that deja vu. He'll be having that memories. You know, the memories will always live to haunt you.
Yeah, those flashbacks coming in, but that was an absolutely phenomenal play. Now, Undisputed not done just yet. It is going to be a Retro starting to pop off as Kakashi gets taken on down. 6 teams remain. As you can see, Accelerate sitting with 5 eliminations, currently with 22 total points. Now, where can they look to try and take it towards next? Mad Esports also going to be trying to get their butts back into the zone as they start to push up, coming into a very congested eastern side of zone. Fortunately, just managing to make it into the smoke, so their position has not entirely been revealed, but Undisputed moving in right there alongside them. And Youngblood, I'm not quite sure if anybody's going to be able to survive the insanity about to unfold on this battlefield.
Oh. Whoever will be able to survive that, that guy deserves their flowers. Because right now, all the teams are just holding their positions. Unfortunately for UNAE, they are in the open, so they are going to be receiving quite some trouble coming from the Mad team. The Mad, they have some tempers, and they won the UAE. 8-Bit still controlling their point. Mad Tamashi just got the knock, and the MVPs have been eliminated with 7 eliminations. But only a few points for the placement. Mad, Tamashi, awesome, Nade, 2 eliminations, also eliminated, and the Mad Esports. So it's get the elimination and then get eliminated. You just have to be on the lookout.
Yeah, that's how it works, right? If you can see the nades can see you. So now it's going to be Retro trying to creep on up, but oh, Cheetos has been taken on down. As Valerian comes through with a very quick and efficient spray down. Retro just sitting with his feet out in the blue, just sipping on a little bit of that tickling coming on through. Now Respect getting thrown with a few utilities, unfortunately, for 8-Bit. Not quite going the distance, but there's 4 squads left to try and duke it out. It can go any which way. Accelerate doing a phenomenal job. 8-Bit doing a phenomenal job, but it's the solo of Undisputed holding on for dear life. Can he survive it, and can he get himself in zone?
I think he can, but that will be quite hard. So I think he can't. But Accelerate, they still have 3 players trying to control. They have to be careful. Novex 015 is there, but the 8-bit, they have been exceptional, holding and controlling those trenches at Gatka. That's one of the biggest flex for the 8-bit, but they have to be careful, you know. UAE is still there, still lurking like a snake in the grass, just waiting for his opportunity to strike. He knows if he is spotted, he is as good as gone. He is as good as dead. But they still have the nerves of steel. Players trying to get the info, but retrograding back to the lobby. GG's.
Well, it's,
and as we
gonna
look
be
at
GG
these,
for someone.
bro, that was they tried, man. That guy was a solo, man. He tried his best, but his location was a bit compromised by the play zone.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of what we are looking at right here. But of course, now the final 3 teams left to settle this dispute, right? Who's going to be the one to walk away with our second chicken dinner of the day here? Accelerate trying to go for gold this time around. They came very close in our first match. Will the second match be the opportunity for them? Of course, we don't see any Riz anywhere in this map at the current moment, so there is maybe some hope, but 8-bit are going to try and make it exceptionally challenging here for all the other remaining players. And of course, now taking a look at everybody, here we go. It is going to be 8-bit getting absolutely bombarded here as the zone is going to start closing on up. You can see NVX also just holding on the side, trying to ride out the storm, trying to hope for an opportunity. Spots an angle up on the hill. Down goes Respect. One player getting absolutely pressured. Now it's going to be absolute chaos erupting across the battlefield as that stage 9 is closing on through. There's nowhere left to hide. Only going forward. Frosty picking up a beautiful spray as Valerian gets pushed onto the wayside. Now, it is 4 players remaining. A 1v1v2. The numbers leaning in favor here of 8-bit. But can they pull it all together? Can they make the numbers work in their favor and find the 2 solos standing between them and that winner chicken dinner, or rather the opposing side of Accelerate? Now it is a 1v1. Rin trying to find the sprays and does get it. That is Accelerate going for the winner chicken dinner.
I talked about Accelerate, and these men, they were focused. They didn't get the chicken dinner in the first game, but for sure they seal it in the second game with a beautiful winner chicken dinner from the blink of despair. Elation from the catastrophe, catabolic joy, and this is the stuff of Stellar Champion, and that is why Accelerate is one of the top teams in this group too.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's very hard to argue that point. So what a performance it has been from them. 17 points in the first match. Now getting their hands on that winner chicken dinner. Falling in 3rd place, game 1. Game number 2 rising to the top. 11 eliminations and of course 1700 damage. Not a lot of knocks though, right? So quite a bit of efficiency going through here from Accelerate. Just pushing through and picking up all the eliminations they can find.
Yo, 6 total knocks and 11 eliminations. These guys, they are the best when it comes to that party, because this is the definition of that. Total damage was good. They healed a lot. I think these guys were taking a lot of shots because of their location, the position that they were at. I think that's what was trying to compromise them. They didn't see the Novex player. That's why they lost. The 2 critical players are very early and not able to get the intel, the info of where all the players are. They thought that they were fighting with a squad, but unfortunately was a 3v1. Was a 3 and a 1 other player from Novex. But you know what? They got the chicken. They handled the game and ensured that they get the chicken dinner points.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did, and what a great job it is. Looking at the points here, of course, or the team breakdown, Accelerate just showing why they've been such a formidable force coming through. I mean, 5 eliminations going to Rin. You can see Frosty bringing in 4 as well. Kingpin not being the Kingpin this time around, right? Absolutely amazing stuff still. 354 damage contributed here. So a very strong play for the entirety of Accelerate. But of course, as we know, right, it is not just the team stat to take a look at. We need to look at the match summary to see who were all the GOATs from this this game. Valerian, the player with the most eliminations, followed by Potion, doing the most damage, almost hitting 1,000. Absolutely insane stuff. And of course, we can see Clips over there being our top traveler, right? Covering the most ground. The rotation with the mostest coming in pretty hot. But yeah, MVP again, right? I like the aggression that they've brought into this match. Again, trying to replicate the efforts they had in match number 1. But as we know, there can only be one player of the match. And that is going to go over to Cat, all the way from Mad Esports, bringing in a very strong overall performance.
Well, that was good. And kudos to Cat. Meow. 5 eliminations, 820 damage, 5 total knockouts. This man has been lethal. And 5 eliminations at this stage, that's one of the biggest flex, because it's very, very hard for a player to even have the mentality to execute such, but in one game. The Mad Esports, although they were eliminated quite early. I don't know if they made it to the top 5, but they were eliminated, but they got quite some good points. And for the team number 1, they got the chicken dinner. These are the rankings for the game number 2. Accelerate, 21 good points. We have the 8-bit, and this will be making quite a shift in the overall table. For the 21 points, these guys will be going to the first place, hopefully, because the Riz Esports, they didn't get quite some good points. 8-bit Esports taking the number 2. We have the Mad, they had a good game. All over to the NTX, the Natural Killers. They were good, but losing the 2 players at the start of the game, that was what made them not at least get some good points. Because I believe if they had a whole squad, this would be something different. They tried, honestly, but unfortunately, it's always a numbers game. Undisputed, still undisputed at the number 7, and with the 7 points. Are quite crazy. Team MVP still not able to get the MVP. Do the team MVP deserve a chicken dinner?
I mean, maybe they'll get it. We still have 2 more Erngels to go, right? But it's very consistent performances from a lot of these teams, right? Mad Esports, again, with that top 8 finish overall with the points. We do see the players here from NTX also making it in yet again. MVP went from 3rd place over onto, I believe that was 5th place. Now, looking at the points that we have for the remainder of this match, this is where we see Deja Vu coming in at the top of the board with 4 points. And then, of course, 3 squads walking away with no points to show for this game. Unfortunately, that is 7 Esports, Insurgents, and Goof Academy. But it was pretty crazy. Right at the start, we saw that fight coming through. You know, so much aggression just descending down upon Goof Academy. So hopefully they'll look to play a little bit stronger coming into game number next, right? Because that could be that opportunity. But speaking about opportunities, here are our overall rankings. Accelerate Esports now moving up into pole position. Glorious 38 points coming their way. We do see 8-bit and Mad Esports also coming through with a bit of an upward trend there. And then, of course, Novex sneaking into that 7th position with 13 points. So far, it is still pretty close, right? Accelerate, they are starting to create a bit of a gap there. So you can see it is currently, what, 9 points between them and Riz Esports. But if Riz will have any say in the matter, they'll probably try and do everything they can to come back stronger rather in game number 3 and 4. Because, of course, it's still going to be Erangel, so there's a lot of opportunities for them.
But for the Riz Esports, I think they had their worst game, which was this game, with only 4 points, and that was the points that they got from the Goof Academy. If they do this in that game, I think they will be cooked, because look at how the team MVP is closing in, already with 23 points. They are standing on like some hot lava. If they mess up, they get banned. But the Goof Academy, they only got the 1 point, and it's quite insane, man. Only 1 point.
No, it is.
That gets you to know, like, how hot is the competition. You know, maybe the first game will dominate, then the second you will completely be obliterated. Team Deja Vu, they had the position back in was it the hospital area, where they were trying to pick out a couple of knocks. Although they got 1 knock, they were not able to execute what they wanted, because just those points are not looking good. Umbram Zanzi are giving out early knocks. I think that game all these teams, they need to set their minds straight and they need to come focused to win and dominate.
Yes, sir. They will definitely have to. And of course, that is the approach they have to take to try and climb their way back up those standings. Of course, as we know, time is ticking, right? There's only 6 matches, just 6 matches. That's it. So not a lot of time to prove themselves. But whatever surprises they have in store for us, the next match is going to be the one in which we need to see that come onto the battlefield, right? You can no longer hold back. You can no longer say, I'm not comfortable yet. I'm still, kind of warming up. You've had 2 matches, right? The longer you wait, the harder it becomes. So I want to see quite a bit of a change coming into this next match. And of course, the only way to get there is to hop into the break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you back in a short few minutes. What's up, guys? We're getting ready to go again. I almost jump scared myself, but that is game number 2 as well, now being wrapped up. First game on Rondo, second game on Erangel, and now we're going for Erangel numero 2, as we are yet to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. If you missed it, we did see an exceptional, aggressive, aggravated approach from Accelerate, who showed us an exceptional performance in the previous game. And yep, sorry, just had to get that out of my system, had to crack that one wide open. But here we go, getting ready for game number 3, as we are going to be returning back onto Erangel. And this is where, Youngblood, I want to ask you, right, do you think it is going to pan out similarly to what we saw in our first rendition of Erangel, or are you expecting to see something completely different? Yeah, so for those of you who didn't know what PTK just said, what Mr. Youngblood said, don't worry, I am also trying to figure it out. I'm not that good at lip reading just yet. Let's try again. Let's see, maybe I don't have to use lip reading to figure this one out. Can we hear you? Is it working?
Can you hear me? Am I there? Am I back? You can hear me? We are back. Exceptional.
Yes.
And someone in the chat will be saying something. You know, I saw someone saying, "Is it accelerate? Are we the ones accelerating the situation?"
I couldn't answer that question, right? I mean, we could be you know, aggravating it. We could be doing so many things, but of course we'll find out pretty soon exactly what the team's answer to that is. I gotta say though, I really like where the teams are starting to go with this, right? I mean, we are seeing a little bit of a gap being formed, at least with regards to that second place, right? At least not a major gap, but there is a little bit of a gap. But it just makes me so excited to see what's going to be coming in these remaining few matches of the day, because there's still a big opportunity for any of our squads to make it onto that first page, right? Page number 1 is where you want to be. The top 8, that is what you want to try and play for, because only 8 teams can move forward into the South Africa Finals, right? So the top teams from yesterday versus the top teams from today, and out of that, the GOATs are going to be moving on into that next phase. So the pressure is going to be on, and I want to see who's going to be looking to rise to the occasion. I mean, we've been seeing a little bit of a back and forth, but we've only had 2 matches, right? So I'm expecting to see match number 3 be a little bit more of a decisive match, right? Where a lot more of that tactical play is going to start to come through, where the teams are really going to start pushing for positions, go for those points. And of course, I'm hoping to have my socks blown off.
Oh, they'll definitely get blown off. Trust you me. It's going to be something worth the wait. But expecting to see teams rising up to the occasion, because, you know, the first game, the second game, maybe those were the games where the teams were trying to find their footing. Maybe they were a bit tense. That's why they were eliminated in ways that they were not expecting. But, you know, that game, now this is where they all come in. If they had the cards that they are not pulled, now is the time where these teams will be trying their best, at least to get a couple of eliminations and ultimately the chicken dinner, because that would be quite some points for them. Because looking at the table, we have quite some gaps, although it's not that big. 9 points, that's quite big. You know, 9 points. Team Accelerate, they are still in the game. You know, the game has not begun. So you don't know if they will be able to even get more points. In the game number 1, they got the number 3. The game number 2, the chicken dinner. Game number 3, are they going to get the -1, or because these guys are just going up higher and higher every single time? But we're expecting the Rizzy Sports with a comeback. You have the Novex, they're still good. 8-bit was quite exceptional, but they
I think your audio just jumped away on us there. I think. I mean, it might have, but it does do that. So welcome to the world of technology, where we are filled with surprises and you know, things happening all around the corner. But you know, that is, I kind of agree with what you've been saying about the teams and how they've been really bringing quite a bit of beautiful gameplay onto the battlefield. But I think this is going to be that opportunity for the teams kind of sitting just on the edge of that position into the top 8, right? Because NTX Esports, they've got 11 points, right? If you look at HZE or Hayes or the Menace, whatever you want to call them, right? They also have 11 points, right? So they are kind of sitting on the deciding point there, looking to see which one will be going forward into the top 8 and who won't. But the gap between them and behind them is not that much, right? Because we do see Insurgents 2 points away. We see Deja Vu also just 1 point behind them. So there's still quite a bit of movement that can come through on the entirety of this leaderboard. So hopefully, well, a lot of that movement is going to come in this next match. All right, so we can try and mime it out. Let's see if I can mime out what Youngblood was trying to say there. I don't really know just yet, but we'll find out very, very soon as he is going to be back with us. There we go. Yes, so he's miming things to... Okay, and so there's going to be a block. Yes. What's the block?
Yeah, can you hear me right now, bro? Technology at times is quite disappointing. You know, things made by men, you never know how or when they will disappoint you. But you know, the best thing is that the technical team is just superb as we head straight into the game number 3 of the evening. Who will get these done? Erangel is the map.
Ooh. Ooh. We're going to see now what that flight path is going to be bringing in. Of course, the previous flight path that we had came in and ended a little bit further down towards the edges here. So let's see how these teams are going to look to roll through this next one. Of course, a nice start on that southern side, heading straight up to Savoni. We've not been seeing a lot of Savoni play really coming through here today. Curious if anybody else is going to look to maybe venture all the way in there. But the zone is going to be a great opportunity for them. Of course, we know previous match ended right over on that western side towards Gatka. Where will this next one take us? Is it going to go elsewhere, or is it going to stay pretty much the same? Of course, all will be revealed in due course as we see our players now starting to make their way on down. A nice spread up onto that military island, though.
Nice. I think this might be the best plane path that we are seeing today, cutting across like a katana, all through Erangel from the military base area to Savani. Savani being one of the key hot drops, because, you know, Savani in classics is not hot drop, but when it comes to tournaments, this is a hot drop. It has all the loot, it has all the buildings, you have the cover, and the only thing needed is just get those eliminations. And look at these 3 teams are heading to Savani, and I think one diverting towards the Salba area, aware of the impending danger of the MVP and the Deja Vus. So one team between the Deja Vus and the MVPs will be making out alive, because it can't be both of them. You know, we have to have one. We have to have a victor. And no players going to Pochinkian school, so that's quite surprising.
Yeah, it's very surprising, especially looking at where it is situated in the zone. Of course, Shanks went out for coffee. Shanks might be back soon. Right, first quenching that thirst before returning to the action. Not really, I don't really know. I'm just, you know, imagining what the reason would be. In the meantime, MVP all the way here on that far southern side up into their looting phase. Mad now coming through with their push. Ooh, center zone pretty congested. Quite a few players and teams situated in and around the shelter area, as we know. There could also be a little bit of action coming through onto Walmart. But speaking about Walmart, that is not the case here over on the edge of the beach, right? As you can see, the players there from NTX making their way on through. Meanwhile, 8-Bit, they are going to be holding up in Novorepnoye. Nobody here to contest them. You can see how happy they are. They are just jumping with joy as they can loot as much as they want before having to maybe rotate. But there's no urgent need for that, right? They've got a pretty decent setup coming into the zone.
I think, yeah, they have a decent position, but they have to get loot. You know, you can't have like a very good position, but very limited loot. And the V3's previous game, They went for the third party, although they got a couple of eliminations. They were eliminated with the DBS. I can't forget the DBS. That was a powerful one. Perfect. Straight to the face. You can never miss those shots. And on the other end, the MVP is still a Savani. And Deja Vu, Shanks eliminated by drowning. How do you drown?
Slowly.
How?
Very, very slowly. Like I said,
And
you go out
painfully?
for coffee, right? Yes, you go out for coffee, and then
He
know
went
leave
for
your
coffee
device
and
there
he's
at
drinking
home.
water instead.
Exactly. So unfortunately, they are one player down there, at least for the time being. But now is going to be an opportunity for even more players now to continue to try and replicate or capitalize rather on as much as they can here. Riz, though, they have locked down Gatka for themselves as there's nobody here to contest. Meanwhile, a little bit further on towards that eastern side, we do see Umbra, Mad, everybody now starting to roll on up. But I think this is kind of the race for positioning, right? Everyone is going to try and get themselves into a good position before that next zone starts to close.
Yeah, if you have the best position, you will be able to control how these teams will be pushing you. As you saw in the 8-bit, they have the best position. They stayed in that position for more than 15 minutes. Although did not get to win the game, they won the fight. No team was able to capture that point. But the 8-bit, they were just terrific. Menace, they tried. Last player, that was Veil, although he was unveiled, a very, very bad start for them. But this game, you might be seeing some differences. We might be seeing these teams trying to implement some new strategies, because the chicken dinner is the most important thing at the moment. Get the chicken and get those double digits when it comes to those eliminations, and you have the upper hand, because the gap is closing for some teams and the gap is increasing for most teams. The top 8 is the priority, and not all the teams will be able to survive. You know, we have 16 teams and we only need 8. The best 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we got to look for, right? We want to look to see who is going to be walking away smiling like it's no one's business. But I've got a very important question for you about Vale, right? So if Vale is the first player to get taken out on the squad, right? Can we then say that this team has been unveiled, or what happened?
You know, DK?
Is it the unveiling? Is it the unveiling of the Menace squad, right? Down to a 3-piece. We'll find out very soon, because it's now going to be
But
the
you have to have a
Insurgents
veil to be unveiled, but they have the veil.
Yes, it might took them. It might take them a veil to happen, but you know, to
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to avail themselves. But let's just wait and see. But Veil still moving. It doesn't want to prove DK right.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't. I want you to survive.
No, DK does not want you to survive. DK wants his pants to work. And I think he might, if you keep on holding that position. But guys, you know what? If you're watching at home, don't forget, you need to show support to these teams, because they are fighting. They're giving it their all. You know, you have to show them support at least, so that they can keep pushing. At times, you just need that GGs in the chat and a team mention for you to keep on moving, because they are also watching a couple of times. You know, you have to. If they're given that motivation, that might be it for them to win the chicken dinner. So if you're supporting these teams, South Africa, you have to rise up. You have to show up for them, because they are fighting for you guys. You know, get into PMGO. Once they get to the PMGO stage, they are representing South Africa. So understand that. And let's keep the support building.
Yeah, and you know, these teams need all the support they can get, right? It's good to have your name being shouted out in the chat if you're a player working your butt off in this event to get your team into those qualifying spots. And speaking about working your butts off, right, there are still quite a few teams that have the opportunity now to do exactly that, right? They can go for gold, try to see if they can get those points secured. Meanwhile, we are waiting for everybody to get themselves situated. Still one or two more teams just holding on the outskirts of that zone, patiently awaiting this next phase shift to be revealed. And there it goes. It is going to be centering up right in the fields alongside that lovely Pmnc Hills, aka Potato Hill. And now it is a go time here for Riz. Look at that setup, right? I mean, this could actually allow them a bit of an opportunity, especially from the teams transitioning in from that north and eastern side.
Yeah, that might give them the advantage. And I know them, they might, they know how to take those advantages. And locking in, that is their main point. You know, you have to ensure that you get those points as early as you can. I'm looking at the map and, you know, 8-bit. But the end is, well, it's going to be some crazy bridge fights. And on the other end, you have the Vidris and the UAEs, bro. How many bridge fights are we going to be witnessing today? How many? Just, well, because this is going to be insane. And I think the NTs, they know we have to have a team that are landed at Sosnovka military base. We have to hold this position. And back in 2018, 2019, the bridge was a no-go ground.
Yeah, at least now it's a potential position to try and play for. But speaking about playing for, it is going to be Riz going at it yet again. As we can see, they are trailing by 9 points behind Accelerate, and now they're going toe-to-toe with Accelerate as Frosty comes through. Ren popping a beautiful nade over the top. Speed trying to bring in a little bit of support on the edge here. It's up to Haki and Speed to try and reclaim their foothold, but absolutely aggressive showing coming through from Accelerate.
Well, that was a nice one. That was one of a perfect nade. The reason they need to win this fight. Only one player remaining. Speed is the only guy. And he's going for the push, trying to fight against Accelerate. Accelerate hasn't been on top form. And going for the Reese. Reese, they have to be careful. And this is a bye-bye for Reese. Losing against Team Accelerate. And Accelerate solidifying their number one. Reese esports was good, but you know what's better? Accelerate.
Excess. Yes.
Power.
You know, Accelerate came in with excess aggression. They just went absolutely crazy here. But you know what? I gotta commend Riz for this attempt, right? Because one good way of taking down your opposition is facing them head on, right? And they did exactly that. Unfortunately for them, it didn't go according to plan, but I would still say a very valiant effort and a pretty strong attempt getting brought here through by the side of Riz. Hopefully they can look to bounce back in the next few games, but they also have to hope that MVP doesn't catch up to them.
I think MVPs are going to be catching up because they have been on form. The previous game, they were almost on top. And, you know, expect anything. Anything can happen. This is the game number 3. All the teams, they are set for the stage. All the teams, they're set for the number 8. And we don't have a gap between the NTX and the Haze. Insurgents, they also have to be careful. Insurgents, they only have... I don't think they've been able to make it to the top 5. Not even a single game. They've not been able to get their footing right. And the rest of the house of fight between the Insurgents versus... I believe that might be Team Accelerate because they were the ones holding that position after the fight versus the Reese Esports. And the Insurgents are still surging through, but with no avail, still at 0 eliminations. I don't know when they will be able to pull out those eliminations, but it's just a matter of time, DK.
I mean, we'll find out soon enough exactly how all of this is going to go down. For the time being, it is rotation central as everybody and their teammates are starting to move on up. But now NTX waiting on the edge of the zone, looking to maybe find a little bit of something. It's going to be the players there from Insurgents also trying to play a little bit of that edge zone gatekeeping. Look at NTX though, trying to rip it up and so much gatekeeping as everybody just keeps on rolling in. Accelerate now getting hit here by Newbie. Beautiful off-angle position. Nice bit of an ambush getting set up here. Unfortunate for Accelerate here as they were trying to do their due diligence, ensuring they are rotating up into a clean compound. But It is NTX looking to surprise them. There's even more pressure coming through from that north now, as it is going to be Menace or HZE rather, just flying on through. At least not pulling over for pit stop just yet, but absolute brutality and chaos on the edge of the zone. Accelerate still managing to hold on for the time being. So NTX not making too much of a dent in their position.
Oh my goodness, how Accelerate they've been able to survive that fight, I just don't know how. NTX have been drawing their all. We have teams, Menace, they're trying to come from different positions, but that is a good nade, almost eliminated Menace, Mag, and out of the vehicle you go. With one mag down, and this is a man on a kill spree. Nobi almost took down the XLR player. Accelerate, they have to be careful.
Wow.
This is one of the worst positions in the game. But they still have their cool. Another nade. One mag was revived, but still downed by a perfect nade. Menace team have to be careful. Accelerate, they have to be careful. NTX, they are calling the shots as these farm area. Farming kills in farm itself.
Well, here we go. Ooh, okay. I like the showing coming in from the natural killers. I mean, they're really getting an arm workout in here today. Everybody just throwing utilities all over the place. Unfortunately for the natural killers, nothing yet finding the pinpoint position. But now MG stepping up. Oh, getting absolutely hit as Goof comes pushing in right behind them. Oh, nice play. It's now Roshi just quickly falling back into hard cover 7. Also now starting to move up as well. Now it seems like the focus has shifted onto the edge of zone, right? We still see Accelerate V3 and NTX holding on the edge of the blue. But in the zone, it is absolute chaos, as you can hear. Youngblood enjoying the chaos we are seeing.
Bro, that was a double need. And they know they have the upper hand. That's why the AB, they're pushing like these. Natural killers, they might go out in a very unnatural way. And Roshi trying to make that push. But look at the nades, the barrage of nades. 8-bits fighting against every single angle. But the natural killers, they are holding. Look at the S12K. This is amazing. This is a man's cave. Is scavenging around, taking down the 8-bits. They don't believe. Almost got rather knock, but unfortunately not that fortunate enough. But they are still in the game. 8-bit eliminated. Natural killers. How on earth were they able to survive that fight, DK? How did they survive? They had the disadvantage of everything, but they survived.
It's pure determination. That is how they were able to survive. But it is absolutely insane, right? The teams at the top of the board are trying to gain more points, right? But they are getting hit by either the teams sharing that position with them or the teams that are in dire need of points themselves. Now, it's going to be MVP trying to do exactly that as they come through, absolutely letting it all loose. The full send is in, and it is Accelerate falling as the hits come in. Out they go, at least doing quite a bit of work to secure their position for this match. Now, MVP has the opportunity to come back with a bit of a vengeance, right? They are the only team in the top 3 still alive, still in it, and the natural killers with all their aggression unfortunately is going to be taken out next. I think we lost Mr. Youngblood there for a second again. So much excitement coming through that technology cannot hold up to it. Of course, here we go now with Goofs just rotating out of the position as they've come to the realization that they are not going to be able to make any good plays just yet. Instead, repositioning coming in from a stronger angle does allow them to get that hit onto Mufasa. Now, Guru, Fatal, and Scorpion are going to try and hold on, but it is going to be Guru who gets taken on out. 2 players left. This is now a full send. Goof coming in, and they look to be absolutely relentless here.
But that might be a good knock, potential knock. Mufasa might be in a jungle that he does not realize. Mufasa has to be careful. The king of the jungle right now getting trapped. They are pushing him, but Mufasa still on the roll. Everyone going the S12Ks, meta shotguns. And Goof, they have just dominated, but they still have company. And Mufasa sent back to the Lion Kingdom by the Goof Academy. But still, the nades are cooking. And look at that! V3 honey, that parties. And they know how to enter. They know how to make a show in a party. Oh my word. That was a good nade.
It's like everybody's standing in the queue, you know? It's like everybody's just waiting. He's like, okay, you throw a nade, I throw a nade, you throw a nade, who's next? And then he just keep on.
You eliminate this team, we eliminate you.
Yeah. So usually we see fights happening in the zone, right? All these teams are fighting on the edge of zone. Nobody could be bothered to even go past that point. They're just like, yeah, no, we're in zone. We'll just fight here. Right?
Yo,
it's good enough.
And
now
MVP. Compound. Yo.
Wow.
How do you tell me, like one compound, we have more than 3 teams getting eliminated? Same place. What kind of loot is there? My word. Yeah. And this was the one that we were watching where Accelerate, they had a rapid push down to the lobby. That was a 1-2. He got that knock. This was the maidest, bro. We didn't get to watch this, but that was a crazy one before. You know, the MVP clips, he has a clip. We didn't get to see that very well, but that was insane. That was insane, man. MVP just clipped the team number 1.
Yeah, that's insane, right? Clips taking down the entirety of the team holding the top of the board. But, of course, we got to say goodbye to the team on the bottom side of the board as V3 makes their way out of here. Now it's going to be Novex looking to see if they can maybe climb on up. They are 1 point behind the players there from Mad Esports. So let's see how this whole dynamic is going to look to shift. Up comes the side of Insurgents. They find a hit onto MVP. Is MVP going to follow in the same trails, or rather the same actions as the teams ahead of them? Now look at the follow through. Ogre locks on in onto the spray. Clips looking to bring in even more of that pressure and absolute domination from MVP on the edge as they send the Insurgents backing.
Full send and Insurgents still back. Mzanzi still trying to find a foot in MVPs on top form. They just need a chicken dinner, and the number 1, 2, 3, the pressure will be just real. Deja vu. What are they doing? Moving slow. They need to move fast, otherwise they are eliminated. And it's all boiling up. It's boiling up at the top. It's boiling up at the center. Who has the guts? Who has the will to go forth and take the chicken, to go forth and get to the top 8? And the battle has just begun. I feel as if this tournament has just begun. Like for the group stages, I feel as if it is just beginning. Insane.
I mean, it's insane. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. We went from a whole lot of teams to a very silent lobby all of a sudden, right? The teams aren't really fighting that much because everybody's looking to get themselves repositioned on the edge of zone, which is an absolutely baffling strategy to me, right? I am so used to seeing teams taking the push for center zone, but we do see Goof being the first team to dare to wander out into that more central angle. If they know what's good for them based on what we've seen so far, maybe center zone could actually be a safe spot, right? Because if you're on the edge, that's where everybody else is.
Exactly. Look at this, everyone. I don't think we have like a lot of cover while in the play zone. We don't have a lot of cover. It's just hilly areas, valleys. So you just have to choose what works best for you. So try to find the good spot. That's going to be very complicated. Oh my word, Lucifer, quite a beautiful spray. And that guy, someone should check up on him. I think someone just dropped their phone. I was not expecting that.
It almost sounded like you dropped your phone. But any which way, it is going to be Deja Vu, Lucy trying to lock it down. But Deja Vu still needs to get their butts in zone, right? Lucy being on the edge here, just on the outskirts of zone, it is an okay position. I wouldn't say it's the best one, but it's an okay position, right? They need to try and regroup with their teammate. But let's see whether or not MVP is going to allow any of that to happen here.
But anywho, Lucifer, this is hell. Welcome to where you call home. No way of him surviving. Look at the barrage of nades. Lucifer down and out. They get the knock and they get the dust. They are not joking around. Lucifer cannot even survive that. Not even an immortal person can survive those nades. MVPs, they are locking in. MVPs, if they don't get the chicken dinner, these guys will be very disappointed. And Muzanzi, still trying to find their footing, not able to get what they need. You know, you need the eliminations. They've not been able to get that. You need those placement points, not able to get that. But Aztec trying to prove me wrong. MVP just got Rafiki. And with only 2 players remaining, Muzanzi, the tables are turning. Muzanzi trying to get the MVPs. Muzanzi, Azesu going for the push. Zesu has to be careful, but Muzanzi is out. You know, Umbra means the dark side of the eclipse. And these guys, they are seeing the dark side of these teams.
Yes, they definitely are. And speaking of which, we are saying goodbye to even more. MVP with just absolutely obliterating the opposition, but they now too are going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure starting to boil over. Clips is going to be holding strong up top. Comes from the nade, and down they go. MVP out of here as Undisputed come in, taking them down. Absolute insanity. Retro and the rest of Undisputed now have the way paved open for them, right? They have that northern position. The zone is going to shift, but all the other teams are down south, so they have quite a bit of a vantage point to try and play off of here.
Oh my word. You think that one team is going to get the chicken, then the team does not get the chicken, they get chickened out. And now we have 4 teams remaining. Sako closing in 8 seconds. Novex making the push. Goofa is there. Goofa with the answer. They're asking the question. Aimbot down. Not able to aim anymore. Milka 77. S12K in hand. And it does make sure that that does count. And Goofa with the upper hand at the moment. 8 eliminations already. Goofa, oh my word. Look at the third party. This is just epic. And 10 players remaining. This is the moment. A do or die situation, DK. This is it.
I mean, it's absolute insanity, right? But looking at things right now, I think there's a high chance for Undisputed to be, well, the undisputed victors in this game. They are looking pretty strong, pretty healthy. But of course, it's still a long way to go. They are looking down on the rest of the lobby, but Novex also yet to make that play. And somebody just keep Thanos' fingers separated, right? Don't let his thumb and his middle finger make any contact, because once that snap comes through, half of the lobby could just disappear, just like that, right? So we'll be down to 5 players if Thanos does decide to do that. In the meantime, it is going to be NTX Esports holding on with a solo here on the edge of zone. Nice bit of camouflage coming through with this ghillie suit, but is it going to work, right? We do see Cheetos and the rest of Undisputed up on the hill, so if he moves too far, he will get spotted and will get a quick ticket back into the lobby.
Yeah, and Goofa losing yet another player. And Omari might be the only one remaining, trying to get that revive. And Goofa, Milka, milked out of the game. Omari, oh my goodness, he has to survive. The Novex, the previous game, they got the number 3. But right now, they want the chicken dinner. Soulman, he wants the soul. He wants to send them to the Shadow Realm. UAE Undisputed, they've not been fortunate enough to get a chicken dinner, but that was some clean strikes. Asahila, NT, this man is just cruising. And he's just saying, let them fight. I'll just pop out. I'll just come to take the remaining people. If he just maintain his position and let these other guys fight, the numbers will go to his side. And you know, you can pull out a 1v2, but a 1v7, that's quite impossible. And Novex, Thanos, Solman, the moment of reckoning. Thanos still not yet with the gems. He needs all the gems to be able to win this game.
Yeah. All 5
he
of
can't
them.
snap if he don't. Is it 5?
Yes.
So he needs 5 gems to be able to snap. Right now, if he does not get that, he's going to be snapping.
The only way to get them is by getting the winner chicken dinner, right? So Thanos will need to get 5 winner chicken dinners. Unfortunately, they've not yet been able to do that, so Thanos needs to get creative as to how he's going to try and pull that one out of the bag. But speaking about bags, though, it seems like Undisputed has this one in the bag. Based on their current positioning, they are looking pretty good. As you can see then, the players there from Novex still trying relentlessly to climb this hill, but it is seeming to be quite an uphill battle. And for Undisputed, it is all downhill from here, right? But can they lock it in? Can they get their hands on that very sought-after winner chicken dinner?
They can, if they make those eliminations count, and it's down to 8 men. 5 eliminations for the Novex team. We have the NTX with 4, and the team that is currently dominating undisputed in those eliminations. 8 eliminations total, closing the gap between them and the Riz Esports. Riz Esports will feel some kind of pain, because I think they will be moving to the number 5 or number 4 after these match. But Novex, they still have the angles. Novex, they still have the position. Novex, they still have the capability of winning the game, but they still don't got it. Last players, look at this. Oh my word. Oh my word.
Yeah, no surprise. Valiant effort there from NTX, right? Notorious, doing everything they can. Unfortunately, they would not be allowed to do too much of that. Undisputed now up onto double-digit eliminations. It is going to be Thanos, the only player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. A full 4v1 send. And Thanos goes up in flames. That is going to be undisputed, claiming that victory for themselves. Absolutely insane game that we just witnessed. I mean, if you recall, before the game, I said these teams need to amp it up. Everybody amped it up. They went absolutely ham in this last match.
Bro, you say that, and I think they had you right. That game was hot. Thanos tried his best, but that NTX Esports guy, that was the difference between the undisputed winning the game and them not winning the game. Thanos really tried to survive, but without the gems, that man is as good as dead. He can't be able to avenge, because you can't avenge without the Avengers. All your squad is out.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah.
Just go to the lobby and try to regroup, try to reset, and try to come back stronger. Undisputed AE. They get their chicken dinner. Long awaited. You know, these guys have been surviving. The first game, they got the number 2. The second game, I don't know. I don't remember. I can't recall very well what position and ranking they were. But in that game, you know, that number 1, 10 eliminations, 6 total knocks. These guys were lethal in all aspects. That parties, face to face. This is a team that you are getting nightmares were facing. And undisputed, a good chicken dinner. Oh my word.
Yeah, a very, very cheeky dinner indeed with that. But yeah, they got 4th place in the first match, and then as we moved on into our later matches, that is where things started to change a little bit, right? Game number 2, they got themselves that 7th place. So 4 plus 7 equals 1, right? Because that is how they got there, making it all the way to the top of the board here in match number 3. Of course, pretty much marking the halfway point of this day. So halfway done. Now, who's going to be the ones to step on up? MVP, of course, going for gold here. As you can see, Clips coming through with that insane 1v4 play that we had, taking out the entirety of Accelerate. Of course, that has awarded Clips 7 eliminations in total, plus 741 damage. Very, very efficient performances. And of course, an absolutely strong play across the board. But now we got to take a look and see what the situation is, right? We have our match summary breakdown right here. But next things next, we got to take a look and see where this is all going to go. Firstly, our MVP of the game is well-deserved. Clips coming through with an absolutely stellar performance. But can they hold on, right? How much of a shift has now just occurred on this board? Because it was absolutely brutal.
Well, that was nice, man. Clips with the one before giving us one of the best clips in the game. And I bet he'll be saving that. Whenever the Accelerate team, they want to talk to him, this guy will just be pulling the video. You remember this? But Clips, that was nice. And for the number 1, undisputed indeed. They got the 20 points, 10 for the placement, and then 10 for the eliminations. Bro, but the team MVP. Okay, they only got the replacement points, but what if the team MVP got the number 1? The tables will be looking very, very crazy, but that was still a solid performance with 15 points. Goof Academy, they struggled to survive. Umbra got the number 8. Accelerate not fortunate enough in this game with only 4 eliminations. 4 eliminations and 4 points. Team Deja Vu, they feel as if these has happened before, but they don't know the kind of luck that they are expecting. Even though it happened, that does not mean that it happened your way. And as you can see, it is not going towards their way.
Yeah, it's a similar situation looking over onto the bottom half of the board here as well. The teams landing just outside that top 8 based on this past match. Of course, you can see Insurgents, V3, and Riz Esports, unfortunately, all going back with nothing to show for this game. But a very, very insane match indeed. I did see in the chat that Accelerate asked Clips, was that necessary? And Clips just said, my bad. Whoops. Sorry. But crazy performances regardless of that. You got to give the shout out to Natural Killers though that we saw in this last match, right? Quite a bit of aggression, really trying to lock in as many points as they could. Unfortunately, the aggression didn't quite pay off for them, but there we have it, right? Halfway done with the day. We've got 3 more matches to go, so that is going to be our final Aaron Gale, followed up by the 2 Miramars that are going to be making their way on in. Absolute brutality, insanity. That's what we've witnessed so far. Is that going to continue, right? Because I think we are going to be in for even more of a surprise as we get into the next bit of this day. So in order for us to get there, it is that time yet again. We are going to be hopping into a quick break and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to roll with game number next. We are halfway done with the day. As you can see, Mr. Youngblood there is enjoying it a lot. I am also enjoying it quite a bit, as we've been looking at some pretty insane games just in the past 2 or 3 games. But so we are heading into our final 3. It is the last Erangel to come up, and hopefully the previous match was just a taste of what we are about to see. Again, there's still a big opportunity for the teams further down the leaderboard to try and get into the top 8, right? It's not been decided just yet. I don't know if I can say that about the top of the leaderboard, the top of the rankings, but definitely about that 8th place, right? Only 8 teams move forward, so if the teams wanted, now is their time to get in. Of course, speaking about which, Mr. Youngblood, take us into those overall rankings. Let's take a look and see what it is.
You know, looking at how the teams played, we've not had any team taking 2 chicken dinners in a row, but look at the shift in the results. Team number 1 going, that is the rank number 1 going to Accelerate Esports. Still in the 42, but team MVPs have been closing in the gap. You know, we had like a 9-point gap. At the moment, we have a 4-point gap. Undisputed. Oh my word, that is quite a sprint to the number 3. Riz Esports falling short from the number 1 in the first game. And the third game, these guys are at number 4. They got 25 points in the first game, and they've only managed 4 points in 2 total games. So that is quite crazy. That shows you for a fact that things can change. And for the Novex player, the one that was running, I will not call it camping, that was tactical. He got the 1 elimination and was able to get points for his squad. That's why they're at number 6. If it was not for the guy getting that elimination, I don't think these guys will be at number 6. Because only 1 point deficiency between them and the 8B Esports. And how many points? 2 points. Oh, those are very minute points. And I think anyone can close the gap. So it's right now they have to step up. They have to get some points. At least get some solid. You know, you might be at number 8, but that number 8 is very weak. Because looking at the Mad Esports, 19 points. Any team can pull out like 25 points, as the Riz Esports they did. So you have to be very, very careful. Although the team number 9 has 13 points, bro. 7 points is not that hard. And he's V3 Esports. And what has been happening to the V3 DK? Only 1 point?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not quite sure what is happening, you know, whether or not it is too much of a concern really to worry about here. But I mean, looking at the second page, as I said, right, there is still a big opportunity for teams to try and catch up and move on through. Goof Academy, you got to award the effort that they've been bringing in the last match. As insane as it was, a lot of teams trying to bring everything through. I mean, Goof Academy went from 1 point before the last match to now sitting on 13. So they've had an absolutely great showing here. But the big question is going to be, of course, who can bring it in for the last time as we head back into Erangel very, very soon. And I mean, based on the shifts, based on the movement that we've been looking at coming through across the board here, it is still very achievable for any of the teams sitting anywhere between that 9th and 16th position to make the entry into the top 8 and make it into the South African finals.
They still have hope. No doors have been closed. They just need to show up, live up to the challenge, and win these games. They've played really nice, and we've seen teams getting chicken dinners. Accelerate got a chicken dinner, Riz Esports got a chicken dinner, Undisputed got a chicken dinner. And I believe in the game number 4, we might have a new team taking a chicken dinner. Do you believe that, DK?
Yes. Yes. Who? I don't know, right? I
mean, it seems that you have doubts.
Any of the top 3. No, I mean...
Are you sure?
So it depends on how they approach this next match, right? If Riz goes crazy again and they get pushed by Accelerate once more, I don't know, right? It's going to be a pretty tough one, of course. If you are looking to find out more about PUBG Mobile in the Africa region, scan the QR code below or head to any of those links. You can see we've got Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, as well as Facebook. So head over there. You're obviously on YouTube, so you don't have to go anywhere from here. But if you want to get onto the Instagram or the X itself, go ahead and go check those links out. But speaking of which, though, I think Accelerate or Riz could realistically get their hands on a winner chicken dinner coming into this next match, right? The opportunity is there. Could Undisputed do it again? Yes, they could. It all comes down to how badly do they want to get the job done, right? I mean, it's in the capability of all these teams currently in the lobby. Any one of them can surprise us. But of course, your question was who can get the back-to-back? Any one of those three.
But I believe you're going to have a new chicken dinner holder. And you will remember my words when the chicken dinner is taken. Bet on that. I know it. Some team will just emerge. You know, Accelerate has been awesome. Riz Sports has been awesome. But, you know, I think the underdogs are going to rise. It's their time. You know, fourth game, you can't actually fumble. You just have to rise up to the challenge, get a couple of points. And if they do get the win, get like 20 points, I believe the top 8 is going to be changing. Yeah. But we are almost heading straight to the game, man. Erangel final. We've had three Erangels. We have the first Erangel, second Erangel. Now this is the final Erangel of the night. Let's see who can be able to live up to the challenge, get that chicken dinner, and ultimately push their teams to the top 8. I'm hoping to see a very, very clean-cut finish of that playing path.
Well, we'll see pretty soon. Of course, it is going to be starting down south yet again. We've got the lovely Sosnovka Island right over there as we head, again, way right up into Savoni. So it's very similar to what we had in game number previous. So this is all going to boil down to how the teams are going to look to get themselves situated. Will we see some repeat offenders? Will we have that back-to-back winner chicken dinner coming in yet again? Of course, the players there from Novex going straight over towards Primorsk. A very long push that they're going to have to try and undertake there. But meanwhile, looking at the UAE, the players there from Undisputed and 8-Bit, of course, getting themselves situated in their home territory. Of course, Nova Repnoya and the military base itself. So, as I said before, I am very open to surprises to come on in here. And let's see who's going to be bringing it.
Well, just watching is Mzansi. They have to find their footing. I still talk about Mzansi because I know what these guys, they have. They have the potential. They have the team. I've watched them play and I know what these guys are capable. So they need to show us that this is not yet over for them. But once in a while, we have the first team landing at Pochinki. We've not had any team land at Pochinki in all the Rangel games, but the natural killers, they just won the gold. Cheetos UAE, they still hold the Sosmoka military base. 8-Bit are still at Nova Paya. We have the NVX going to Primorsk. Mzansi Aztec as towards the mansion area. And this is going to be very, very heated farm. One of the key hot drops. And it's anybody's game. Riz Esports still at the Gatka area. And already we have a fight. One of the key spots empty. They need to avoid those early knocks. Otherwise, Menace will be a menacing spot, a menacing team to the NTs. As they try to survive, they need to find the best spots and the best loot. Otherwise, they need to get out of this area alive and kicking.
Yeah, and I don't want to say nice try to NT, right? Even though, you know, that could be a thing. But look at that though. Z just ran over Kakashi, hitting him with a vehicle. Out he goes. That is our first casualty that I've seen on the screen coming through. Now it's going to be the team from Mad down to a solo as things are looking pretty shaky on their end. Meanwhile, 7mm and the players here from MVP finding themselves in a bit of a standoff all the way up in towards that South George position. Holding onto the compounds, the apartments, looking for a way to go. But if Fatal's not careful, this is going to be Adrian doing exactly what Fatal's name suggests.
Fatal, fatal, fatal. But we looked at Adrian. I don't know how he is when it comes to these QBZ, but I know how he plays with the AUG. Sarvani, one of the key places, as I mentioned in the first game, as everyone keeps on pushing MVP, they have to be careful. 7M, they are still looking to get that clean top 8 MVP. Og is down and out, and the 7M, they're bringing the fight to the MVPs. I believe and I think what Clip did to the MVP, was it Clip? Because this was the Clip. He was the one that he did it to the to accelerate. I think everyone will be fearing him, but no one fears them. Because already 2 knocks, and the MVP is only 2 players remaining. Are they going to even survive this fight?
Yeah, see, the unfortunate thing here is you're only as good as your current match, right? The past match is in the past, and there's nothing that can be done about it, right? We've seen teams go from absolute top performers to being the first one getting taken out in the next game. So it's all going to come down to how MVP handles this engagement, as 7 does seem to look for them, right? They want to try and gain themselves a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an advantage, and Guru just narrowly finding a window there to fire back at them. But there is a little bit of a back and forth either which way. Clips currently just holding on, is going to be the driver here, taking us to that next location. And in the meantime, 7 has the entirety of Savoni to themselves, but they're going to have to start to focus on rotation, because that zone is all the way down in the far south, right? Military Island is coming in hot.
And for the first time, the 8-bit, they have the zone to themselves, because they were the first team in the play zone. They don't have to cross the bridge. The only thing that they need to do is just hold that bridge, and they might be able to dominate, get a couple of eliminations. But it's going to be hard, because looking at Menace already are trying to close the gap close to the 8-bit as possible, and already players flock in that military base area. Sovnovka Island is quite an insane place. Mzanzi on the other end. They have to be careful. You know, you land as a team, you loot as a team, but you need to avoid to die as an individual. You have to die as a team. And everyone's still trying to get the best spots, but what are the best spots? What is the best positioning? And if best positioning, will you be able to dominate? Those are the key questions that these players need to give us the answer to. Natural killers, quite superb. They dominated the house that they previous game. Right now, just trying to find a footing in this game, DK.
Yeah, and footing is all that you can hope for, at least for the time being, as we have not yet made any major moves into anything just yet. So we are currently just waiting to see what is going to come through from Rashi and the rest of the team here. As we know, natural killers, they are going to be trying to push as aggressively as they can, right? They want to advance their position, because currently they do find themselves all the way in that 15th spot, right? So they've got 6 points up. To catch that 8th position, they need at least 13. Is that achievable? Yes. But they shouldn't spend too much time attempting it. They should try everything they can to accomplish that. Now, Novak's also coming through with a little bit of their own rotation as they push further and further down this military island, looking to go for a little bit more of a southern situation here. Could be quite comfortable actually for them, because there's nobody else there. So this could provide them exactly that angle. Now MVP looking to retaliate on 7mm. Already quite a few devastating blows getting hit here. It is going to be Mufasa just trying to hold on the edge here. Will Guru now fall along with the rest of the team? Oh, Scorpion, the last one left, and down they go. That is going to be 7mm. Coming so close, but not being able to survive into that second stage.
Fighting against a duo and losing, that is insane. And one of the 7mm players just ran away, because he knew this would be a fatal fight. For Fatal, the MVPs, they are acting right. They are going for the push. They are getting those eliminations. And the AB is also striking. And it's all according to plan for the 8-bit. They're trying to close the gap between them and the NTs. They want to create that choke point. trying to create a very, very bad spot. You know, if you want to eliminate someone from a place, just make them uncomfortable. Get them from all the angles and they will fumble so bad. And that is what the 8-bit are doing. They are flanking from every positioning. And they're trying to get those high grounds. They want the NTs, but the NTs, they don't want the 8-bit, not even a teeny tiny bit. And the zone will be closing in a couple of few seconds. 8-bit, they're still striking. Oh my goodness, these guys are just consistent with the push.
You got to commend the effort, though. I mean, this is exactly the kind of approach that you need to take. And look at that off-angle push going through from Valerian, just absolutely pincering the players here from Notorious in the containers. Fortunately, though, for Newbie, Newbie is clearly not a newbie, right? Newbie knows exactly what Newbie's doing because they've been able to remain hidden even though the rest of the team went down. So now it does seem like 8-bit might choose to disengage. They are going to be rotating potentially maybe a bit more over towards the zone itself. But it is not for sure just yet, right? Newbie now trying to play the best game of hide and seek that he's played all day.
And I think that might have saved his team because surviving, that's what you need. If you don't have a team, just try to look for the placement points, of which he has been able to do, but still not won yet. We still have 16 teams. Military base still getting flogged. Nades falling. Mag still down. Cheetos is quite a very, very awesome grenade knock. And they are dominating Goof Academy. 2 eliminations already for Mirka. And milking those eliminations. Menace, 1 mag eliminated. Mirka. Oh my God. Already at 3 eliminations. I think Goof are making a comeback, of which they might, if they go for the push very well. Menace Brads, one of the few players from Maine is remaining and is getting pushed by a whole squad of the Goof Academy. They won that elimination. Maine are still bringing the fight to the game. And it's a 3v1 for Menace. But he still has his a Goofer has to be careful. The Menace guy was just very, very good. But unfortunately, Goofer with the 4 eliminations already. And this, I think Goof are improving as we continue with the games.
Yeah. I mean, they've definitely woken up quite a bit if you compare the performance in the first match to the second match. And I mean, now all the way here in match number 4, it's like an entirely new team has decided to step onto the battlefield. We do say goodbye to V3, as unfortunately they will not be able to acquire any additional points for this match. The same goes for Mad Esports, now holding on to their 8th position. But for how long will they be able to do that as the pressure now starts to descend across the lobby? Now Undisputed trying to uphold a little bit of that honor, right? They got the winner chicken dinner in the previous match, but it could be short-lived coming into this one. They've already lost Retro, so now with only a 3-piece left to contend, it is going to be quite the uphill battle. Goof Esports, or Goof Academy rather, quite relentless in their own efforts here. You can see Aimbot just starting to push along the side. Not quite sure if Goof is going to be able to get the jump in on Undisputed, but it is going to be a very hairy fight either which way you look at it.
But I think Goof are committing to this fight, but the nades still flow in their way. If they try to just make a single push, these guys will be out, lights out. But Goof Academy still relentless. They want these players. They want them hard. And that is some clean connections. Ayan getting a headshot. And still, Goof on the push. These men, they are just motivated. They have the courage. They have the bravery. But do they have what it's got to win this fight against the undisputed champions? They won the previous game. Right now, they want Goofa. But Goofa, Omar is down. And this will prove to be a punch, and only 1 player remaining. Oh my word! UAE Undisputed, they just turned the game around from the chasee to the chaser. And Goofa, 1 player remaining. They have to be careful. Undisputed went for the push, and they do get Sahil. Sahil with the final elimination, and Goofa out. Aimbot out. They have fought their fight, but we have the best of the best. And for that fight, Undisputed, they were the best. GG's, man. That was quite a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, you got to commend the efforts there from Goof Academy. They tried quite hard to get that jump in. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way just yet. But for Undisputed, right, they're not out of the woods just yet, because we are looking at the players there from Novex moving in on that hill just towards the north. So there is still going to be quite a bit of pressure, specifically coming from that direction. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby is looking to get themselves situated over on towards the southern side. A quick look back at what happened here with Goof Academy. Beautiful shooting, but Omar unfortunately cannot withstand that damage coming through from the nades, and a beautiful execution here by Undisputed as they plant their flag right there in the military base. But of course, there are still quite a few more teams remaining, right? 12 teams left to try and get themselves situated in here. The players from Notorious still out in the blue. Not quite sure why the delayed rotation, but hopefully they'll get a move on pretty soon. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to them as Newbie is going to be falling to that blue zone. So unfortunately, Notorious can't be keeping up that play any longer. Of course, Newbie running out of health. But now, 8-bit though, they are starting to get themselves situated, looking to the north. MVP getting ready for a little bit of that Deja Vu action as the hits connect on up, and Deja Vu trying to get out of the blue.
Well, that was clean. They took out one of the best players. Clips does not have any clip from the Deja Vu. Shanks, they just made one heck of a beating, and Clips has a story to tell. But this is not what he was expecting. He tried. They're not even getting the finish. They just want him to watch himself die. And that is one very disrespectful gameplay. But you know what? If it has to be done, then it has to be done by the Deja Vus. Otherwise, who else? 8-bits still moving into the play zone. And the game is becoming even more intense. 34 players remaining, 11 teams in total. And the Healy fights, those are the kind of fights that I normally avoid. The Healy fights, bro, I don't have that advantage, you know. If you're not somewhere high, you will be receiving quite some shots.
Well, we've just turned this map into Sanok. As you can see, the area that the teams are left with, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. As you mentioned, those hills now come into full swing, as Potion is going to be the last one left here for MVP, trying to survive. But Deja Vu coming up with the nades. They're looking for the angles, looking for the openings. Oh, cheeky push, but down they go. MVP getting snuffed and not being able to advance any further than that second spot. But they came really close. The Accelerate, of course, currently tied with 42 points either side, but Accelerate still has the rest of this match to go. Now it's going to be a very sweaty situation here as Riz continues to push on forward. Insurgents, absolutely phenomenal gun skill, but Shino gets picked on up. The rest of the players here from Insurgents starting to close on in. This is Riz's opportunity, but Ragnar is the last one left, and unfortunately, Gara is going to be the one to seal their fate. Out they go. Riz Esports are going to be the next team taking a quick shot back into that lobby. Absolutely glorious push coming through from the Insurgents, but we are not done. It is going to be the rest of the lobby yet to fight. Everybody spread out, and the shots continuing to fly on in.
Oh my word, 7mm eliminated by Riz Esports. Those guys don't know what has been happening to them, but that is not the Riz Esports that I know. But you know what? Game is game. If you're not game, someone else is. 8-bit, the 4 eliminations and teams are just moving. And you remember me telling you that we'll have a new chicken dinner winner? You remember me? You remember me telling you that? Just wait for it. Accelerate with only 2 players. Can they get a chicken dinner? I'm not sure. But we might have a new chicken dinner holder.
Well, they might be demanding some respect or something, right? We'll see pretty soon.
Maybe.
How that one is going to play out. But, of course, first they got to work their way through the natural killers while just waiting ahead of them. Beautiful control of the C buildings here. But where is this one going to go for Accelerate? Are they going to be able to get out of here? There's now Respect getting that buggy at the ready. Frosty, unfortunately, not hopping in just yet, but a slow and steady push around here from Accelerate as they try to get themselves in a slightly more advantageous position so they can look to lock down the sprays. Now they are going to have to move as the zone forced their hands. They've got about 40 seconds or so left on the clock until that blue closes in, and it is going to be an absolute battlefield out there.
Military base, one of the most avoided places. You remember when we were playing 2018, 2019 era, where these players used to be flocked by more than 60 players?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Bro, military base was hectic. You would land at this place and know that you've been eliminated even before landing. You see a lot of parachutes, more than 50 parachutes, bro. I don't know. I don't understand. Where did the intensity of military base go?
Ooh. Well,
expected that.
The meta changed. And with that, the top of the leaderboard changed as well, right? I mean, MVP, Accelerate, and Undisputed essentially pretty much tied on the exact same amount of points, but now it's going to be Ayan getting taken down. They are left with a duo. Sahil trying to make something happen up the hill, but unfortunately the sprays here from MG, you got to be very, very careful of those.
Yeah, natural killers are going for the undisputed champions, and they are not holding back. Quite some good shots, but they are also receiving quite some shots from Putin. Yeah, Putin also putting in a word of encouragement. A couple of shots for the natural killer so that they may know that they are not the only ones in the game. The room has been infested with a lot of good players. And all the players, they want the gold. NK Scarvy down on his knees, Undisputed trying to get the play zone. And the zone will be hurting quite a bit. Scarvy still down as they try to get to the safe zone. That is the Undisputed natural killers. They're going for the push. They want to save their teammates. But this will be very, very hard for them as Putin is making the flank. And it's all down to who has it best. And the womb!
Wow, there we go. I'm not quite sure if Youngblood got so excited that he fell off his chair or something, but it is absolute brutality here as Sahil now has to face the music. The sprays come in and down they go. Undisputed out in 7th place. 8 eliminations under their belt. But this is exactly the kind of momentum that natural killers were looking for. Already 3 eliminations up. Now starting to climb, but how far can they go? They need a few more points if they want to start to make any drastic moves. As you can see, coming into this match, they were trailing, well, currently they are trailing by 10 points behind that of the players from the Mad Esports team. So here we go, 8-Bit getting ready for their own application as they push on forward. The edge of zone, absolute chaos. And now it's going to be Mzansi caught in the crossfire. Novex coming through with the sprays, the hits. Just heading off in every direction. Aztec getting absolutely obliterated there, but it is still up to Zetsu to see, can he pull this one together now? Is Novak Solman just out in the blue? You're going to have to be really quick because that zone is going to eat you alive. Thanos, down he goes as Zetsu gets that confirmation secured. Zetsu now coming in for the finishing blow, but instead ends up being finished himself. An absolutely tough push. Umbra out in 6th place. 4 eliminations to show. Up comes Deja Vu, still holding strong here with 7 eliminations. They are now dipping back in the zone, but the zone is absolutely barren pretty much because everybody is situated on the edges. We do see the players there from Novex all the way in that southeastern side. 8-Bit trying to lock down something here, but unfortunately for them, they don't have the territory to work with just yet. They are going to continue to push a little bit further. Deja Vu, of course, right here alongside them. So a very risky rotation now, but 8-Bit has to do whatever they can to get themselves situated. Fortunately for them, Deja Vu can't spot them just yet. We also see the players there from Insurgents up ahead of them as well. So I don't quite know how this match is going to pan out here, Youngblood, but it is going to be a very scary fight for anyone else.
This is the last call. As I say, this is the last call. The teams are losing, fighting in some very awkward ways. For Zetsu, I think the best option for him was just try to get the placement, not go back for the push, because that was what made him get eliminated. And with 5 teams remaining, this is getting so much heated. 8-Bit, they have the advantage. They're going for the push. They know they have the numbers, but Novex is there to answer Deja Vu. They have the location. They have 3 players, Shanks, Row, Lucifer. And it's all about a matter of seconds for us to be able to crown a chicken dinner right now. Lucifer did get the good clean sprays, but unfortunately, The sprays that came from the AB players, they are just incredible. They are moving as if this is a fun room. They are making these look like a YouTube tutorial. Very easy, skipping around and getting good eliminations. Oh my word. You know, DK, this is not the kind of plays that I was expecting, but the way the 8-bit are playing right now, I think they might be the team with the highest percentage of getting the chicken.
I mean, they could be right up there, right? It is still quite difficult to figure it out at this point. But one team that I'm quite curious to see what their strategy is going to be for the remainder of this match is, of course, going to be the natural killers, right? They are holding on the edge of the zone here. It's going to be Shinu just rotating up towards them. Oh, an absolute barrage of shots just flying over to them. Unfortunately, natural killers not getting that one converted into a point just yet. Now it's going to be Novex. Oh, 015, you have to head forward. You can't sit in the blue. It is going to eat you alive. 8-bit now, as you said, looking very strong. But can they maintain that consistency, right? Can they hold up against the onslaught about to come through here from the side of Deja Vu?
Shinu eliminated by the natural killers. And this is just it. 10 players remaining. Deja Vu with 7 eliminations, trying to cook up those nades, trying to get the AB. They have to be careful. This is a man on a mission. This is a man that wants it all. Deja Vu, Shanks, almost eliminated. The third parties are coming in, and they are coming in quite crazy. Natural killers, they have a good spot. They have a good location. But they need to get put in. They have to put in the work. They have to put in the effort, put in still surviving. That is the cover provided by that very, very good tree. That is his best friend. That is the teammate. And Putin is still surviving. Unfortunately, Novex do get him from behind. And Insurgents, oh geez, that is quite a goodbye. Bye-bye. Let's see who will win this.
Yeah, it can go either which way. I mean, great efforts being brought in there by Insurgent OGs. But unfortunately, right, those nades do seem to beat them. Shanks, this time, in the fight, as we saw, right, in the lobby, doing everything. At least not getting beaten by the water, as we saw in the previous game. But now it's going to be MG and Roshi getting absolutely gobbled on up. Arrow trying to see if they can maybe save this position. There's still a bit of an opportunity here to try and get that res onto MG. But first, you got to deal with the potential threat right ahead of you. That nade, though, is getting really, really close. Arrow, oh, takes a little bit of damage, but not too much. Now, Soulman, effortless play. Just pushes up and clears it out. Natural killers out with 5 eliminations, but at least managing to walk away with the placement points for that third place. Now it's going to be 8-bit and Novex fighting for that winner chicken dinner. Neither of these teams have gotten their hands on the victory just yet. This is the opportunity, and of course your prediction for a new chicken dinner coming up is being served. Which one will it be though?
8-bit or the Novex? The opportunity of a lifetime, the opportunity to close the gap between them and the ring leaders, and they want to go all in. And oh my word, Novex is down. El Mencho finding quite a rather unfamiliar territory for him, and the 8-bit, they will be making the push right now. They know they have the advantage, and they have to make sure that they utilize this. This is the moment. 8-bit, they might be getting a chicken dinner, a new chicken dinner holder. Is this going to be a reality? 8-bit says they are cookies. They want the soul, man. They want the soul. And look at those nades, a barrage of nades. Soul, man, will he be able to survive? Oh my word. If he survives this fight, if he survives those nades, this will be one of the biggest nightmares of his life. Trying to make it a dream. Soulman survives. How did he survive the nades? He was all... How?
Good positioning. That's always pays off. As you can see, those nades just flying over their heads. Unfortunately for them, 8-bit didn't adjust the position enough, right? They just kept on pretty much sending it in the same direction. Now it's going to be Sass and Spec on the 8-bit side. They're trying to see if they can pull this one together. They have quite a bit of a dominating position within the zone. As you can see, VX rather has to push forward if they want to get themselves anywhere close to the edge of the zone. The barrage is going to continue, but 8-Bit is going to try and lock this down. I like that back positions coming through there from the side of Spec. Solman and Almencho now just trying to do everything they can to figure out how to best play this angle now. A cheeky nade over to Sass could be a quick way to alleviate that immediate pressure, but then that could maybe open them up to a little bit of a spray down coming through from the side of Spec. I mean, Youngblood, this could still go any which way. Any of these two teams can look to claim themselves that position, to claim put their hands rather on that winner chicken dinner. And the funny thing is, they were pretty much neck and neck when it came to the standings. Only 4 points separating them coming into this match.
Oh my words! But you know, like 2v2, 8-Bit, if they utilize that, opening knock, they would have won the game. But look at them right now; they might be having one of the hardest hurdles in their lives. And we have the fight. Solman making the push on the 8-Bits. Only one player remaining. This might be the end of the 8-Bits, and this is it. Sus, you have to make a clutch. Sus, you have to make something beautiful, but Sus need to do something good. But unfortunately, this is a chicken dinner. They came for the kills, they got the kills, they wanted the chicken dinners, and that was the natural way to make that. Oh my word, teenage kicks. That is the ultimate teenage killer. Oh boy, that man has the world on his feet, and South Africa does not even believe how on earth that did that happen. Crazy stuff. Honestly, I knew we have a new chicken dinner winner, but I didn't expect it to come like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it almost completely went downhill here for Novex, right? With that push in the vehicle, the car just staying on its nose a little bit too long. I was convinced that that was the end of the road of Novex, right? But somehow, miraculously, they managed to pull through. And as the logo there says, no fear, no tilt, no vex, right? They just locked it in and they got it. They're walking away with 1,600 damage in total. And of course, 11 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. They had 24 points coming into this match. Now, if we add everything on dub, an absolutely phenomenal performance here from them. Unfortunately, we didn't see Thanos make it to the end of that game. As you can see, Thanos only survived 21 minutes out of the 29 that the rest of the duo continued to play for. But very good elimination counts coming through here, as you can see, amounting all the way up to those 11 plays. Almencho, first time I actually noticed or saw Almencho in this game. So good to see a good performance there. And of course, speaking about good, here is our summary for the match. It is going to be 0-1-5 with the most elims overall. Of course, Shanks taking the highest damage, which is a good recovery. 0-1-5 there yet again with a little bit of the nades. And then, of course, MVP holding strong there with their own 2 players as well. So, yeah, I like what we've been seeing so far, right? I said game number 4 is going to be a pretty hot one, and that is exactly what the teams did. They delivered by the bucket loads. And of course, our MVP of the match is none other than Spec, all the way from 8-Bit Esports. I think a very well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, that was well-deserved. Although these guys, they had the upper hand. They could have easily won the game for the 8-Bit. But unfortunately, you know, if you don't have the gas to make the push, you know, someone else will do that. And that was what Novex did. But for now, the man of the hour, 4 eliminations, and he got quite some damage, close to 600 damage, only 3 knocks. This man was on a kill spree. He was quite awesome and got the 8-Bit to the number 2, which was quite amazing. Novex with 21 incredible points. And a new chicken dinner. I told DK while we were beginning the game, we are having a new chicken dinner holder. And guess what? Abracadabra. You can see it on your screen. Novex take the number 1. Number 2, we have the 8-Bit Esports, the 12. Team Deja Vu with the 11 natural killers. So basically in this game, they had the most points and they produced the biggest gap. I've not seen any other match that has this gap between the number 1 and the number 2. That is 9-point gap, which is quite incredible. For the team MVP, it's quite sad that they have not been able to do what they did in the previous game, which was quite nice. And they have something to rethink. Zets was the final player from the Umbra team, was trying to survive. Unfortunately, not fortunate enough to get to the top, the ray, or even get the chicken dinner. And as you can see, we still have some teams that got unregistered 0 points. You know, DK, this is quite painful.
Yep. It is. I mean, it's unfortunate. You know, the team's got to do what they can, and sometimes you can only do so much. But I just want to touch on something here, right? You got to commend the effort from Deja Vu in this last match, because I don't know if anybody noticed, but they came into this match with 12 points. Now they leave with an additional 11, so they essentially doubled their points in one match. Right, so absolutely insane work coming through there from them. But of course, as we know, there's still quite a bit of work to do. All the work on Erangel is done, right? Next up, we are going to be heading into the desert to see what the teams can do in the dusty dunes to showcase a little bit of that more long-range engagements and maybe a few jump scares as they are going to be making their way through the hill. So, of course, there's going to be only one way for us to find out, and we'll be back very, very soon. Stay tuned. roll on into the desert. We've wrapped up Rondo. We've wrapped up the lovely Erangel. We've seen some insane plays, right? We've seen crazy, insane clutch up happening already, but we're not done yet. We still have more to go. We have 2 more games of action. And of course, Youngblood, it is going to be absolutely insane. I don't even know what to expect. All I know is the players are going to come in by the plane, and most of them are going to leave through the lobby. I think we got you muted again. Technology, guys. Technology is amazing, right? It hits us with that, so you know, he's gonna mime for us for the rest of this until we get into the match to see how it is all gonna pan out. Let's do a check. Can we hear you? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I am back. Am I back? I am back.
Yes.
Welcome back, PTK Youngblood. But I'm just expecting to see something new. You know, we saw the first game, second game, that game, and then the fourth game. The fourth game was the most unexpected game out of all because we had a new chicken dinner holder. This team has not been dominating as much in the previous games, but was able to clinch that chicken dinner, which is something that we need to see in all these games. Now, for the game number 5, this is the first of the day. The land,
yes,
we call it a desert. The land of the dry bones, the land where the pastures don't exist. They dream of Sunhawk, they dream of Rondo, but the pastures, they just found Sunhawk, very hot. And then we're just waiting for the hot plays.
Yeah, we are. We're definitely waiting for those hot plays to come on through. This is, of course, match 5 of 6, right? The final push for these teams. And of course, whatever the teams have not yet been able to accomplish by now, it is increasingly more difficult to achieve, right? If you've not yet made it into the top 8, I think there's a very narrow margin to still maybe make it up into top 8, but anywhere higher than that, I think it's a little bit tough if you are situated too far away from the overall scores. So it's going to be a tough push, but of course, what better map to do it on other than right here on the lovely one and only Miramar. We do see a good distribution of these teams now starting to make their way on down. We do, of course, have the players there from Insurgents making their way up into Monte Nuevo, going for a little bit of that potential Ladriera setup there as well. So curious to see how that all is going to pan out. Of course, it is going to be pretty hot and sweaty close towards center zone. Accelerate already getting themselves situated. We do see Frosty right there alongside them. And of course, it is going to be Deja Vu and the Natural Killers that are going to be occupying potentially that Los Leones angle. Now, Goof also moving up alongside them. You can see already quite a few players dropping down just yet. We've not heard any shots getting fired off, but that could come in momentarily.
Yeah, all the teams just avoiding those early fights because they know if they lose the game right now, that might be over for them. For the Riz Esports, if they lose a game, we have 2 games remaining. If they lose a game, if they are not able to get at least a couple of points, they might be cooked because everyone is just going for that top 8 spot. And already Deja Vu, having played quite a very good game in the previous one, being the first team receiving casualties, Shank is already down, and this is where those long-range weapons are in play. S12. Oh my word! What a headshot from Scavy. Natural killers. These are the natural predators. They have one good strike, and they have the advantage. They can't get the Deja Vu team, and Scavy still trying to scavenge for a very, very good spot and a weapon, but that was quite a good headshot. You know, imagine getting eliminated with an SKS headshot and the game is just beginning. Oh my God.
Yeah, that is absolutely brutal going through for them. But of course, if you're curious about the points there, you can see them over on the right-hand side of the screen. So Novex and Undisputed both sitting on 45 points apiece. Then, of course, we can see Accelerate 2 points behind, and 1 point behind them is MVP. So 3 points separating our top 4 right here. But of course, it is going to be the fight for the top 8. So anywhere from 5th place down to, I would say, even 14th position, right? All of those spots can still change. There's only 4 points currently separating the Mad Esports team from Deja Vu, right? So 8th place, very much up for grabs. And especially if the Natural Killers have any say in it, Deja Vu could find themselves in a very sweaty and uncomfortable position very, very soon. But now it is still peace and quiet throughout the rest of the map here. Undisputed up towards the northern side. They're pretty close to NTX. We do see the Insurgents and the players then from the side of
yeah, but for the Riz Esports, I think
the MZUs.
It's not easy for them because they have 30 points. Imagine falling from 1st place to 6th place. 1st place to 6th place. That is quite a gap, honestly. And if they lose a game right now, that means that the teams that have 23 points, we have 18, they'll be able to pull up and get where the Riz Esports are. And that might potentially be a lot of blunder from their end. Because if the Riz get to that number 8, that is the cutoff point. They'll just be eliminated from the competition. And all these teams are just chasing that top 8 so that they may be able to make it to the PMNC South Africa Finals. And Goofa on the strike. They get the DJ Row. Goofa. America going for the D Shanks. Shanks, one of the final players remaining from the Deja Vu. He has to be careful, otherwise this will be a bye-bye. Shanks eliminated, and they are just getting caught up individually, which is not a good sign for a team. You know, you have to fight as a team, but getting eliminated as individuals, that is not the right way.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? And as we know, teamwork makes the dream work. So if you're playing a very spread out position, it's not going to be that easy to lend any hand to your teammates. But now, looking at Mad, they also came in with only that 3-piece. So already finding themselves on a bit of a back foot, but can they do the necessary push, right? Can they secure themselves the points they need to get into that top 8? Meanwhile, Umbra, of course, the MZUs here that I mentioned earlier are going to be making their way on through. But we've not been seeing crazy plays from Umbra just yet, right? I'd love to see that be the case here.
Yeah, honestly.
Big stellar plays just yet. So this could maybe be the match for that.
Maybe so, because every single time we've been spectating Mzansi, most of the times they're losing the fights. We've not seen them dominating in fights. And that is quite bad. They just need to like dominate a game. And they'll have that advantage. At least, you know, getting that top 8, you know, you have to put up a lot of energy. And Mzansi, these games, the last 2 games, very detrimental for their points. And Mainis, Availer, he has not yet unveiled. But V3 Esports might be doing that unveiling. Your favorite player, right?
Yes, sir.
Veil.
For now. Yeah. You know, we got to see what these players are doing. Of course, in the meantime, it's going to be Undisputed, also going to try and hold on, right? They are right there in it. They can almost feel that pole position. But as we know, the only thing coming through from this round is going to be the slots, the seats up into those finals. So this is where the teams are going to be playing for that privilege to move up onto the next. Meanwhile, Novex, our other top team right here, also finding themselves in a bit of an angle, trying to poke and prod here. We do see the players there from Goof Academy right alongside them. Now, let's see if Pmnc can get any of those shots to land. Can they make the necessary connections? Meanwhile, it's going to be a pretty tough play here for Umbra as they start to run, but that is them spotted. Now, Goof are going to look to descend onto Novex, but is that a wise choice? Is that a good decision to make at this point? I mean, it could be, because they're getting closer to the top 8.
Yeah, it could be, but you have to be careful. You have to be careful. And Novex, I think Novex, coming to this game, they've been the most confident. If they play out what they did in the previous game, these guys will even get to the top 1, 100%. They have all the capabilities. Just get a couple of points. Because, they're already at number 1. If they get like 20 points in this game, that is a whole 65. They don't even have, they can even choose to not play the last game and still qualify. So Novex, they have their heads straight. They can't get the win. They've already gotten a win. But it's going to be hard for a couple of teams. But the best thing is you have to be a fighter. A captain always sinks with his ship. Even though your team is not winning all the fights, you have to play till the last breath. Because that is what sportsmanship is.
Yes, sir. 100% right on that. And so let's see who is going to come in cooking here. But I'm also curious to see how much of that Erangel skill is going to be translated over into Miramar. Because as we know, these are two different maps. They require a completely different way to go about it. So here we have our teams now starting to move a little bit further over on towards that western side. Chumacera is for the time being going to be under the control of Accelerate. So let's see, can they lock it down? Can they plant their flag right there and make it their own? Of course, only time will tell. In the meantime, we do see the rest of the lobby now starting to migrate down into towards that southwestern position. The blue zone nipping at their heels. Mad Bulls getting caught out, or rather the Mad Esports team. Not quite sure if those are the Mad Bulls. They are, of course, trying to make their way on through. 7mm also still having to cover quite a bit of ground to make it into that zone securely. 7mm also have quite a bit of a rotation ahead of them, but this could result, of course, in quite a bit of that carnage here coming through. Mr. Youngblood.
Hey, I'm just trying to lock in as the players are locking in, because it's quite crazy. I'm expecting the Mad Esports to like do something. I've been looking at how these guys are moving, trying to shift from zone to zone, trying to get the better positions for the Reese Esports also. These are some of the two teams that I'm currently like looking forward to see if they will be able to get a couple of points in this game. For the Reese Esports, man, I believe this is one of the teams with a lot of potential, but also a lot of blunders. Mad Esports still playing with the blue. I don't know if this is a good strategy, playing in the blue, waiting for the zone to close in, then heading straight to the play zone. I don't think if that is, I don't know, is that a good idea? Is that a good strategy?
It depends on what your goal is, right? I mean, pushing straight up into the zone without much information is probably not always a very good call to make. But, you know, sometimes teams don't necessarily always have the time to make, I would say, informed decisions, right? They just got to go with a bit of a gut play and see how far they can get themselves. But for now, though, I like what MVP is doing here, right? Trying to just cause a little bit of trouble over on the edge. Of course, in the same time, looking to clear up their own rotation as they start to head on through. Still a bit of a way to go, but we do see Clip just on the edge there. This could be the start of another amazing roll coming through from them. In the meantime, the players from the Natural Killers actually coming through with a very cheeky rotation on that southern side, right? But now they got to be careful, because if they push too far north, they are not only going to find themselves rolling up onto Accelerate, but they will also roll right into the Insurgents team. Now, Novex looking to get themselves situated. V3 are going to look to try and see if they can lock in more points. They've only had 1 point so far today. Can they get any more?
Yeah, and Mzansi, they're still holding. They're getting a couple of knocks, getting a couple of hits. Mzansi quite good. And MVP Clips, I don't know, but after that 1v4, I don't think he has been the same person. Getting knocked in a very easy ways. And a V3 survived the MZUs. Mzansi in a very, very good position. You know, I've seen teams going for the 1v1s and they're not panicking. You know, I also don't panic in fights. I just want to let you know that I don't panic in fights. I just press every button except for the right one. And Goofa, oh! That's a clean strike, and Goofa, they are down, Omar. But I'm expecting a lot of that parties in this game currently, because looking at how the players have positioned themselves, teams holding some highlands, team holding some houses, it will be pretty hard for a team that is not in the play zone, in the safe zone, to be able to capture any building that is in the safe. But it's all just a matter of time, just a matter of seconds, DK.
Yeah, I mean, everything can change as Mad Esports now finds out firsthand. Off they go back to the lobby, the first squad to fall. Now MVP are going to look to hold strong here. Undisputed trying to push their way up in towards the zone. Again, not an easy point of entry here for them, as they do need to bring their numbers back up into fighting form. But Riz, we've been waiting for them to show up yet again, right? They did pop off quite aggressively at the start of the day, but as we progress further and further into these matches, the other teams had the opportunity to rise up against them. Goof being one of those squads, right? They started off with 1 point after 2 matches, and now here they are. Match number 5, all the way up into that 9th position, 3 points away from catching that top 8. So the pressure definitely is starting to mount. Speaking about pressure, though, we do see the players from Menace also starting to roll on up as they are approaching Lucy on the edge of that zone. Could be quite a bit of a surprise for either side. So let's see how this one will go. But of course, these fields on the outskirts of Chumacera also proving to be quite a bit of a challenging position to fight from.
And every team is trying to get like that good position that you're talking about. But it's quite hard as the zone is shifting. The game is evolving. Because the tactic that you wanted to use at one location, then you don't have the zone anymore. You have to change whatever you are doing and try to adjust with however the zone is moving. But the Goof Academy, Goofer, still hold the 7mm. And it's quite rare seeing all of them surviving. Previous game, they were eliminated quite fast, but the MVPs, V3 is still maintaining the location. And it's all about who has those high grounds. It's all about who gets the first shot in. And one thing about Miramar that you need to know is that you need to have a long-range weapon. I'm not talking about the M416. I'm talking about the real long-range weapons. If you have a teammate that does not have a long-range weapon, you are cooked. Have those snipers. But most of the times, teams do not go for the snipers. The most preferred long-range weapon is that Mini 14 and the SKS. But the Mini 14 is quite easy to use. You just have to be fast on your tapping, but it just gets the job done and done perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, can't argue with that. But of course, you always need a bit of a big boomstick when you step out onto these battlefields, right? The bigger boom you can make, and of course, hit the shots. That's the important part, right? If you can hit the shots with a big boomstick, it definitely helps in alleviating quite a bit of that pressure. But speaking about pressure, of course, it is still starting to build here, as you can see. Riz now starting to move out onto the side of the players from Undisputed. Sahil, Cheeto, Retro, all just locking in clutch now. Looking to see if we can find a bit of an opportunity, right? These angles still proving to be quite challenging, but nobody has dared to venture out into the center of zone. Again, everybody are holding onto the side here. But one thing that I have to say, though, and that I've noticed quite a bit over here in today's matches is the teams, they move into positions, right? They move into a compound, they move into an area, but they stay there only temporarily, right? And now for me, I think this is absolutely amazing for them because they move in, they are there for just for a little short while, and then they keep on moving. So I love how they've changed up the dynamic, right? A few years back, it was a completely different situation. Now, we see a lot more of that mobility, a lot more movement, and the team's really utilizing the zone and the playable area to get themselves in as good possible position as they can find.
I think as the game is evolving, the strategies are also evolving. Teams deciding to move and not holding position. I think that is because of the game. You know, if all the teams are doing that, you have to do that. You have to change your location. Otherwise, these neds, they will be doing this to you. And the UAEs, Cheetos are fighting against the Riz Esports. And the Riz, quite fortunate, they have a full squad. They're trying to survive, not engaging the fights. They're trying to make that dummy escape. Hopefully to get the UAEs another good nade, and they want to secure that elimination. But as soon as they saw that the nades have not connected, they just avoided the fight because don't go to get the finish, then lose a lot of players. You just have to play your game smart. Try to look at everything that is happening, and then you can be able to dominate. Otherwise, going for the push recklessly will take your team recklessly back to the zone, to the lobby. And the Novex still with the chicken. They are just holding, waiting for these other teams to just eliminate themselves so that they can get their spawn point. They can get that point of striking. And Putin has to be careful. 7mm, also a full squad. So we have a lot of full squads coming to the stage number 6 of the zone, which is quite new. Most of the times when it comes to these time, we have, let's say, 10 teams. And these teams, they have duos, they have trios. But right now, we are seeing a difference because we have the Accelerate. They have a full squad. Novex with a full squad. Reese with a full squad. IOGs, we have a full squad. Oh my goodness. Natural Killers, full squad. Umbra, full squad. Teams are not losing players, DK. Why are they not losing players this early in this Miramar game?
It's all about positioning, right? Those players and squads that you're pointing out are all currently situated on the elevated ground, but it is all going to change very soon as we do say goodbye to Goof Academy. Out they go. 9th place, right? So they push for that top 8. It's not going to come through just yet. Not in this match, but there is, of course, still an opportunity for the Insurgents to do exactly that. It is going to be a pretty tough push, but it is well worth the effort. They still need 5 more points to catch up to the players there from Notorious, so we'll see whether or not they have it in them to pull it off. In the meantime, it is going to be Riz now starting to push a little bit further in towards that zone. Of course, teams now starting to disengage from the edges. I think that's a really good decision to make here, because especially looking at the vacancy that is being created in that zone, if the teams can capitalize on that more centralized positioning, not only are they set up for the current zone, but also the coming zone, right? The one that's up next. Speaking about up next, though, the Insurgents, they are going to look to bring it home as they rush up on Accelerate. A quick duck inside. Oh, absolute chaos as the players start to fall left, right, and center. It's now up to Lucy and Kara rather, to show us what they can bring on through. But up comes the push. Now Accelerate trying to hold on for dear life. They know they are so close. Just going to push a little bit further. Now Rid comes through, gets one confirmation. One down, a few more to go. But I love this pressure. It is, of course, Deja Vu going out next. Now, Insurgents still looking to find the position, still holding on to their duo. Down goes Kara. Now it's up to Lucy to bring it all together. Accelerate, absolutely aggressive here, trying everything they can to ensure that they survive past this point. Because for Accelerate to hold on to their current positioning, they cannot drop the ball, right? They need to keep on pushing. In the meantime, we also do see the players there from HZE making their way out of here, as well as Adrian comes through with an insane nade towards them. But up comes Kingpin, one of only 2 remaining hopefuls now for the side here of Accelerate Esports.
Yeah, he's the only player remaining. I didn't get the rest, but oh my what, that was a good nade. And it's a 1v1. Insurgents Shinu versus the Accelerate. Or who will get this knock? Whoever wins this for this team. Accelerate, they have been quite hopeful. They still have the ball in their yard. They just need to make sure that they are able to dominate a 1v1. Shinu still holds Kingpin. This was the MVP in the previous game, a 1v1, and this is it. Shinu has to be careful. This is Kingpin. Looking to get that MVP, and nade for nade. Who will get the knock? Everyone trying to nade up, and they all inflict damage on each other. And this is one of the best 1v1s that we are watching. Kingpin is not letting this go. Shinu was almost eliminated. And the 1v1s are crazy. Reese Esports on the other end trying to get those revives. Shinu almost eliminated. And it's just a matter of time. Ragnar down, Zetsu eliminated. But we are looking at this 1v1. Kingpin versus Shinu. 2 ever players, but that is a good knock. This is the Kingpin. No wonder this man is a gem to watch. That was incredible. One of the best 1v1s, if not the best 1v1s that we are spectating today. And the Kingpin from Accelerate Esports accelerating and taking down that player. But that was incredible.
Yeah. So what's pretty interesting to look at here is, I mean, I've been looking at the teams close to the top 8 that have a good chance to catch that position, right? But, I mean, realistically, even looking at the natural killers, right? If they keep the momentum, they keep pushing, they could very well pull it out of the bag. We do say goodbye to Accelerate as Soulman has come through with the hit. That, of course, going through from the side of Novex. Now, 7mm all the way in that 15th position. 11 points to their name. 3 players up. Are they going to be able to withstand the pressures the zone has to bring to them? Now, of course, looking at Novex here, doing a pretty good job. We do say goodbye to Riz, and slowly but surely the top 5 teams are falling to the wayside. There's still an opportunity for the Natural Killers to move on up. 8-Bit goes down, not a single point to carry them forward. They do, however, capitalize on those placement points. But Youngblood, this is where it gets pretty exciting, right? Because now we are getting deeper and deeper into placement point territory, right? The longer the teams can survive, the more eliminations they can find, the more points are going to be awarded to them. So if Natural Killers want to automatically jump into the top 8, they have to perform well in this match.
For the Natural Killers, right now what they need is magic. They have to pull the rabbit out of the hat. They have to do something gigantic, something awesome. And the longer we are waiting, the more pressure is building. V3s at a very, very bad spot. They have the lowland, and the 7mm will be camping out and trying to get them. 7mm esports Mufasa. I know you've watched the Lion King. Is he going to be the Miramar King? 7mm, they have 3 players in their squad. Can he be a Miramar King?
It could be, but it just needs Rafiki in the squad as well, right? That would cause them to have a roaring success. That was an absolute fatal hit coming through onto 7mm. Scorpion quickly trying to just quiet down that sting, as it is going to be V3's opportunity now to push on forward. Well, they don't really have much of a choice because the blue is closing in. They have to improve their position, but unfortunately it is quite a bit of a hairy fight. You can see Master and Shares are really low on health, so not too much of a foot to stand on, but still an opportunity available to them onto 7mm.
Yeah, they already got Mufasa. Mufasa is down on his knees. Fatal, very, very low. Scorpion is the only player that has like full health. And the V3 is that knock on Mufasa that gave them the advantage to make the push. And the Master has to show us what the Master is able to do. They say that the Master knows it all. But does Master know it all? Quite some good shots, and that is a definite knock. Oh my word, I think the Master is just answering things in real time while playing a couple of minutes behind. 7mm, Fatal, Mufasa, Scorpion, they were leading, but at the moment the V3s, they didn't have the advantage, they had the disadvantage, but they are making the push as if they were the ones controlling that. Blazon, Master eliminated, unfortunately. 7mm esports, they are quite good when it comes to those retaliatory strikes. And the V3 still survived, DK. They still survive, even though they were pushed in a way by the zone, they were pushed by the 7MMs. They are still finding a survival point, and they are inflicting damage.
I mean, this is a phenomenal fight here for V3, right? They have now essentially doubled their points in one push. Yes, they went from 1 to 2 points, but they are still not out of it yet. It is going to be Fatal versus Shezar. Shezar trying to find the sprays through the smoke. Fatal landing a few of those hits, but up comes the bush, and down they go! Shezar! V3! Wow! Taking their points up, quadrupling the points they had coming into this match. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Love to see the bounce back coming through from V3. But, of course, there's only 3 squads left in this lobby. That nade is going to be absolutely devastating here as Natural Killers now trying to survive. Thanos quickly trying to find a bit of a strafe here. Soulman going in for the res, trying to bring the team back on their feet. But it is going to be the Natural Killers trying everything in their ability to try and clutch this out. They know they can smell that top 8 just about now. So either which way, they are going to be walking away with 5 minimum points added to their overall tally. But up comes the push, and down they go. Novex is going to be the team to hold on. Keep that torch alight as they sit with 53 points and 3 players in. It is a 1v3 fight to the finish. Will we see V3 come through with a cheeky winner-winner chicken dinner? Not likely. But that would be an absolutely amazing scenario if that actually was to happen.
V3. Now, this is a 1v3. Cheza in Swahili means play, and he's definitely playing the game. 1v3.
NVX, they know they have the advantage. They have to make the push, and this will be a second straight chicken dinner. No other team has been able to produce such a feat, and if they do this, these will solidify their number one spot. Cheza is trying to cook up that nade. He does not want to give out his location. Will he be able to get the win? A 1v3. If he is able to clutch this out, this will be the biggest play in esports history. PMNC, Cheza, look at the barrage of nades. Cheza is trying, Cheza is pushing, but oh my, one knock. Cheza almost got the win, but unfortunately, Novix, they get the chicken dinner. Brilliant, just brilliant. This is the mark of a team. An instinctive reaction, one to take, one to kill. Bang, bang. They came, they saw, they conquered. That was technically superb. You have the vision and the mission to execute such a thing. That was balls of steel. And that was incredible from Novix. GG's.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up here to V3 Cheza. Trying everything they can, playing probably the best bit of PUBG that we've seen Cheza play here in today's matches. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Not only quadrupling their points, but also mounting quite a bit of an aggressive push, taking down one of the players there from Novix, but unfortunately getting overpowered by the remainder of the team. But what a valiant effort that was. But of course, we can't take away from Novix, right? They showed no fear, no tilt, and no vex, right? They just brought it all in and walked away victorious. 9 eliminations, almost 2,400 damage getting secured in here. What a game that was. What a start to Miramar.
Bro, that was insane. I didn't even believe. But Cheza was almost, bro, if Cheza had the utilities, I believe we would have seen a 1v3 coming his way, man. But Cheza, he got the one player. But it's always a numbers game in the final round of the game. And Cheza, GG's. But for Novix, you receive that big GG's. And for the winner chicken dinner, this is how they fared. Solman, with the 5 eliminations and the 5 knocks, quite incredible. El Mencho, I think this is the guy that came in the previous game. And I think this is the game changer. For Novix, this might be the game changer, El Mencho. Thanos tried, he had the one elimination. El Mencho.
Yeah, doing El Macho.
That is the El Macho.
Yeah,
but that is the game changer. I think he came with some different mentality. Whatever he did, it's working for Novix. And he should be in the main squad. Or maybe he's a super sub. You never know. And DK, you can see the match summary in the match number 5. Quite crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, very, very good performances coming through here from NVX, right? Novix, Solman carrying the torch here for the squad, walking away with the most damage in this match, 1,200 damage. And of course, the Riz Master picking up those 6 total elims as well. A very sweaty game, I have to say. I mean, I'm not saying that because it was in the desert, but just the overall action the teams brought on in. Could it have been even more insane? I mean, sure, it can always be even more crazy than it was, right? But it's all going to boil down to the final chance, the final showdown that these teams will have to try and secure as many points as they can. But what a way to set the standard for the lovely Miramar itself here, as our MVP is none other than Soulman, all the way from Novix, walking away with their head held high. 5 eliminations, an immense amount of damage, 5 knocks to accompany that as well. So very, very exciting start to our second last match of the day. But of course, that means only one thing, right? We are going to be taking a look at a little bit of that match rankings to see how much points these teams were able to secure. And of course, as we know, my big question is, did the natural killers do enough to get themselves up into that top 8? Of course, looking at the points here, Novix, 19 points. Very good play indeed. Rizlo, 9 eliminations, but only that 1 placement point. Very unfortunate for them, but still walking away with double-digit points. So a very good day at the office. But I got to give a big shout-out to V3. Going from 1 point in the previous 4 matches to securing 9 in just this game, right? It was about time for them to step up and shine, and they surely did exactly that. So a very beautiful comeback story there for them. And of course, the natural killers also doing hopefully enough to get themselves even closer, or if not, into the top 8.
I think this has been one good game for the Riz Esports, but what is not coming is the placement points. But you know, a win is a win with 10 points. That is incredible. That is the second best performing team in the game. Number 4, Team MVP, still got the 9 points, Accelerate to the 9. But the placement points, I think that is where these teams are drawing the line. They have good eliminations, but when it comes to the placement points, they don't seem to have that grip. Undisputed, they got a chicken dinner, but with only 4 points, I don't know if that will be it. But they're all aiming that top 8. Umbra with a 3. The Mad Esports, NTX are still with that 0. Haze, Deja Vu. Deja Vu, they had quite a very good game, previous game. But right now, with the 1 point, I don't know if that will be all. And as the games are progressing and only one game remaining, it's all down to these teams. It's all about composure. It's all about how you end the games.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is a good takeaway for the teams, where if you have if you have good consistency, right, you're just absolutely relentless in your efforts, it is going to pay off, right? I mean, we've seen this in other events as well, where teams keep on performing, not necessarily getting the winner chicken dinners, but they play consistently, right, managing to secure themselves those eliminations. At the end of the day, it stacks up. Unfortunately, it literally has to stack up only today, because that's the only opportunity that these squads have. So I'm expecting the final match to be the craziest one that we've had so far here today. And of course, to get all the action ready and prepped and good to go, we are going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. all of that all by myself because I've been talking in my head out loud, pulling faces and doing funny things. And I said, welcome back because we're getting ready to move into game number 6. The final Murmur is about to hit and it's going to come in very, very hot. Youngblood, I am super excited to see what is going to be happening here. As we know, there is still quite a bit of opportunity for teams to get up into the top 8. Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to happen? Hopefully. Will it change the whole situation? Yes. But who will be the teams to do that? We don't know. We are here to find out. And I got to say, I am really excited to see what this final match will hold.
Final game. This is the match that will set everything into stone. The top 8, we will make it to the finals, which is just in a few days' time. And for the overall ranking, as expected, no fear, no vex with the 64 points. And that is quite some gap between them and the team Accelerate, who have 52 points. We have the team MVP following shortly with the 51, Undisputed the 49. Riz Esports, that previous game they got 10 points. I think that's what elevated them to the number 5. Otherwise we would have rather something which is not of the sort. 8-bit Esports taking the number 6, Natural Killers, and then finally Team Deja Vu. I remember you telling me, DK, about the Team Deja Vu, how they are growing in terms of the games. From the game number 1 they were not good, game number 2, and they keep on piling those points. Right now they have made it to the top 8, but it's still very early to tell because the number 9, number 10, number 11, number 12, number 13, almost all the teams, they can still come back and get to the top 8. So it's anybody's game, but who wants it more, DK?
Yep, that's going to be the big question. But looking at the point situation, it is going to be very, very close and maybe a bit uncomfortable for a lot of the squads here. As you saw, the point distribution still being very close, right? 1 point separating 8th place from 9th. So it is going to come down to the wire, right to this final match to see who's going to be our top 8 teams making it through into the final. So a lot of pressure riding on the shoulders here for the teams. Of course, as we know, the teams at the top of the board for today, all they get is bragging rights, saying that they ended at the tippity top. Of course, they did get there through a lot of impressive gameplay, but I think my main focus, at least for this final match, is going to be at the bottom few slots, right? 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, because anything can still drastically change in this final game. So I want to see what the teams in top are going to do. All right, are they going to use this opportunity to have a bit of fun, to assert a bit of dominance, to maybe scare the competition coming into the next stage of the match, or are they just going to offer themselves up as points, right? It could go, of course, any which way, but I think more importantly, I want to see the teams that can still work for those points to go out there and play probably the most insane game of PUBG that they've played today, because it's right down to this. If they want it enough, they can get it, but they have to go and earn those slots.
You have to earn the points, you have to earn the elimination, you have to earn the placements. It's not easy, and we are diving into the last game of the day number 2 of the group 2. Who will get the chicken dinner, get those placement points, and close the gap between the top 8? It's going to be crazy. For the team Novex, already they know their fate. They've already made it to the finals. But for the teams that are lying down that cutoff point, this is their moment to shine. So when it comes to these last games, most of the times I see the teams that already know that they have made it. They will go for the full push sense. They will go try to get as many points as possible, although they're just having fun. That's normally it. In the last game, they don't play serious. So this is the point where the teams that are under the cutoff point will get a chance at least to get a couple of points in this game.
Yep. And this is where those teams on the cutoff line will have to hope that their skill pays off, right? They have to hope that they have that last little bit of juice left to make the magic happen here. I mean, of course, we did see V3 in that past match, right? Just absolutely capitalizing on the chaos, just going insane with the amount of points that they were able to secure, right? I mean, realistically, in comparison to the other teams, was it a lot? No. But for them, it was absolutely monumental. So I love it when these teams start to pull out crazy moves like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this match is going to hold. So far, Center Zone is going to be looking pretty hot and heated, as we do see the players there from Noxious making their way right up in, rather notorious, making their way up into San Martin. The first hit coming in right here as Spec comes through with a shotty, lands the hit, and down they go. So now that was a pretty good start coming through here for the side of 8-bit, but very quickly they do see their player getting hit. Deja Vu, of course, being the team that lost their player. So Deja Vu, they are going to try everything they can to survive and just hold on, as they are almost well closed and tied with the players there from the Natural Killers. But we did see that immense jump that they brought in the previous game. So let's see how the final match of the day goes.
Well, if Deja Vu lost that fight, maybe he lost a couple of players, that might be it for them to make it the top 8. I remember watching the PMAC. We had a team that was not even in the top 16, but was able to clutch and make it to the finals under the land that happened in Nairobi. So expect anything. But Deja Vu, they have to maintain the game. They have to play safe. Just wait for the fight in the final zone. But it's going to be hard. Looking at the NTX, they just want the points. They want the points. If they get at least 3 points, they will get the top 8. But they have to do a lot for them to be able to even get those 3 points, because at the moment they're already in a fight and none of the players is very, very low. But they have the position. They have the squad, full squad. They have the loot. The only thing that they need is get those points. And the 8B is getting eliminated by the Deja Vu. And this is the point. You know, Deja Vu, they wanted the points, and the points they are getting. Another elimination, 8-bit might be fumbling. And 8-bit also needs to play safe, because 35, that is not a good point. Those are not good points. The way the Deja Vus are pushing, they want as many points as possible. Already secured 2 eliminations. That puts them to 26. But the number 8 team still moving. Yo, you mean that propelled them to number 7?
Yes, sir.
Man, this will be hard for most teams.
Over there.
Yeah, this will be hard,
but it's
honestly.
happening right before our eyes, right? So Natural Killers came in with 25 points, which they still have. Deja Vu had 24, but now they have some more, right? Those points continue to rack on up. But yeah, as I said earlier, Natural Killers, Deja Vu, those are the 2 teams in the top 8 that are going to try and defend their seats. But of course, as we know, they are going to get chased by everybody just outside of that, right? So it would be NTX, the players coming through from Insurrection, even Goof Academy, I would say, could make it. They could even extend it to Mad Esports and 7mm, but HZE all the way in that 15th position. They can't really afford to be keeping their heads in windows.
Well, you can't afford to be giving out easy knocks. Don't just pick. We have some players with some goal-like sprays. You just have to be careful. Headshots, that is not a new thing to them. They will connect even 3 shots at a row, and you cannot do anything. 3 headshots, you are done for. And UAE, the undisputed, with this new weapon. Have you seen the damage of that new weapon? What was the name? Oh.
Yeah, the name fails me at this point, but yes, I have seen the damage of that come through. It is pretty crazy. The new bolt action.
Yeah, and it has a very high fire rate.
Yes, sir.
If you tap it well, that's good. It will be of a pretty much good advantage for you, but at the moment, we just need the points. We just need to watch. I just want to see the final zone. As the players are shifting, everyone trying to get the play zone is going to be hard. The zone has shifted towards the northern part of Miramar.
So let's see who's going to be the ones to get it in, though, because, I mean, as you can see, that whole point situation, I would say anyone. So there's only 10 points separating Deja Vu from Umbra, right?
Yes.
10 points from 7th to 14th place. So any of those teams still have a viable opportunity to get themselves in the top 8, right? So it is far from over, right? This is going to boil down to right that last zone, all the way to the very end of the game, to see who will be confirmed as our top 8 teams moving on to that next phase. This is a good decision being made here by Riz, I would say, rather choosing to slightly disengage, right? Not looking to get too involved in this, not wanting to put all their eggs in that one basket just yet. But for Deja Vu, there's still quite a big opportunity available as they do spot the angles. Unfortunately, Shanks can't really get that hit converted into points just yet. But 3 eliminations up. Not a bad start to the match for them.
Yeah, already at 27 points. They just need a couple just to get to where the 8-bit are. And the 8-bit, they are clinging on to a straw, trying to survive as much as they can. But Team Deja Vu was the one to inflict them. But Mzansi also suffering at the moment on the hands of the Novex team. Novex won those eliminations. And Mzansi has to be careful. They want more than 10 points. And if Mzansi is not able to deliver the 10 points, they are as good as cooked. Yeah, Novex, Chaos, Mzansi in the waters. And I believe that is the end of the ZZZ. A very beautiful sleep, but a very painful slumber.
Well, we'll see soon enough how it's going to pan out as our teams now push on in. Beautiful hit there by Solman. Getting a shot up. Z now being put to sleep there. Off they go. The zone is going to close up. So for Novex here, it is going to be a very long rotation to get themselves back in. As you can see, they are almost 3 kilometers from the zone. Same could be said here for Umbra. Not quite sure rather why Umbra is spending so much time here, so far away from that zone, right? This is Miramar. That zone might seem close, but it is an exceptionally long way to get there. Of course, quite a few teams already set up. I'm going to be looking at Goof here as well, because they have quite the setup in that center zone, right? Moving up into the hills of Junkyard could allow them quite a bit of a vantage point. But hey, Sheza there from V3 could start popping off again in this final match.
And most of the times when you're watching the Goof team, they're in the play zone. They are never outside the play zone. All of the time, they are in the play zone, safe zone, just waiting. But losing fights, we've seen them lose the fights. We've seen them win the fights. But when it comes to percentages, the fights that they've lost, they are too many than the fights that they have won. Probably like a 60% probability of them winning a fight. But we still have that 40%, which is quite crazy. And the Goof aimbot, today the aimbot is not working that well, but final game, this might be the game changer. They just need more than 8 points to be able to get to the top 8. If they get them, it's just a matter of seconds, as the play zone will be shrinking in just a few minutes. And everyone going for those high ridge areas. Try to get as many loot as possible and as much cover as possible. MVPs still in the game. I've not seen much of the MVPs in the previous games. I only saw the MVPs dominating when it came to Erangel. That was the first and the second games. But the rest of the games, the MVPs, no sight of them. And they've been really struggling in these last couple of games.
Yeah, I think they got some sand in their eyes, right? That must be what happened and why they're not performing the way that we've seen in, the previous map. So here we go, as MVP are going to try and get themselves situated here all the way in Al Azhar. Now, it's an interesting position to take occupancy of. I like the fact that Potion has got a little bit of that zone on his back. The rest of the team also not too far away from him either. But this is where I would like to see Potion potentially maybe not get too invested in trying to play outside of the zone, right? Try and lock it down. But for the side of 7mm, they are going to try everything they can to get themselves just that extra little bit closer. And if it means they have to contest against the defenses there of MVP, then so be it. Speaking of which, though, we are looking at more action now, resulting over on the edge of the zone towards the western side. The Insurgents feeling a little bit of that sting up ahead here. We can see V3 also getting pressured as Goof Academy is trying to do anything they can here. Butajo unfortunately having to reload there, not being able to secure any shots just yet. But of course, I don't think that Putajoro was trying to do any of that, right? Just trying to create a little bit of awareness as that zone is going to be shifting, and Goof Academy still find themselves in a pretty decent setup here.
Yeah, Goof Academy still at a very good spot every single time, but Deja Vu in this game, they are the ones that are calling the shots. Although they're a trio, they are getting quite some knocks, because they registered a couple of knocks a few seconds ago, although not able to convert the shots, are still at 27, and everyone moving around. But the Deja Vu, Mad Tamashi gets one of them. Shanks is down, and the door is open. The door is open. Only one player remaining from the Deja Vus, and it's the Mad team to inflict the damage. But the Mad team also getting knocked by the 7MMs, who are coming through in the blue zone. Quite a very beautiful that party, and it's anyone's game. A festival has been set, and the festival everyone is attending. They won those eliminations, and everyone wants those points at this particular juncture. 7MM fatal with some fatal sprays. He did get the Mad player, Lucifer, the only player remaining from that Deja Vu. But is he going to give the Deja Vus the much needed points if they fumble right now? And then we have the underdogs down the under the card line, making this game theirs. That will be a GG's for the Deja Vus. And also you have the natural killers. So if they don't get the good points right now, they are as well as cooked. But the natural killers still trying to get the play zone. I try to come from the south part. But I don't know if their positioning going to be the death of them.
Yeah, that's an interesting one that we'll find out hopefully soon. But as you can see, it is going to be Riz Gaming now starting to light it up here as the natural killers get spotted out. MG is about to get confirmed on through. Down he goes. So NK now down to just that trio. But for NK, right, they have to play a slightly more defensive position, right? Not necessarily get aggressive, but defend, right? Rotate into a good position, try and hold it, and fend off anybody who tries to push on that angle, because they are the gatekeepers of the top 8, right? And if the players there from NTX gets the opportunity, they are going to try and go for everything they can to acquire the necessary points to scoot their way on in. But the pressure is going to be on. Novex, currently the leaders on the rankings here. They don't actually have to do anything, but they choose to go for violence, right? They want to try and see if they can find a few additional points. It is going to be Scavy there from NK who gets picked on up. Now the natural killers, they're going to have to find a way out of this because they are absolutely pincered on the edge of zone. It's not going to be an easy escape here for them, and Drugstop is not going to make things any easier for them either. So the zone, of course, taking a bit of a shift more up onto that centralized position. Accelerate, though, they are smiling, right? They are just huddled into the compound, and they don't have a care in the world. They can just sit back, relax, take some pictures, and have fun.
Bro, it's for Accelerate. I think they know. The only thing they need to do in this game is just wait. Wait. Patience is key, and for them, that is all they've got at the moment. And as the zone is shrinking, we can't see the V3s. Our chairs are leading that squad coming from that southern part on towards the junkyard area. They're all trying to get to that central point and ultimately dominate that place on 7MM. Has to be careful. MVPs are taking quite some shots at him. And gain a portion of the shots almost eliminated. But the 7MM Scorpion down on his knees. Not praying, not begging for mercy. Just down on his knees. Wondering what he brought himself into. You know, at times, he's rethinking his career choices. He could have been a florist packaging bouquets for Valentine's Day, but he is in the game getting butchered, getting clobbered, and having one night that he'll never forget in his life.
Ooh. Well, there we go. Undisputed out with 2 points to their name. So not the end of the world here for them. As we know, they are quite secure in that top 8. I don't see anybody contesting for their position. Riz also, realistically, don't have to do much, right? 8-bit, NT and of course Deja Vu are essentially just on the defense, right? That's all they're doing. They're just defending that position. Natural Killers, of course, now getting relegated out of the top 8, so they're going to have to really work to get themselves back into contention here. Looking at the edge of the zone where they find themselves situated all the way down to that far southern side is going to be a little bit problematic for them, but hopefully they'll be able to get out of it. In the meantime, MVP keeping a very tight angle on the eastern side of zone. There we go. Scavy is going to follow through with a beautiful hit. That is going to be Sol picked on up. Out he goes. Now it's going to be Vale getting taken down as well, and this could be HZE succumbing to the pressure. Up comes MVP. Ogre popping it off, fighting hit after hit up into Novex. And this is a good trade-off coming through between both squads, right? The MVP now holding quite steadily up in that second position.
Yes, I think in this game they came well composed, and the MVP portion, although he's taking the shots, these guys, these are different. This is the same MVP that we saw in the second game, the first game. And at the moment, these guys are just going all in. They want the chicken. They want the most points. They want the bragging points. You know, ending this group stage as number 1. That is big.
Yeah.
That is huge for motivation and also for show.
Yeah. Well, one thing that is for sure as well is that the Natural Killers are not going to be making up into that top 8 as they go out with 1 elimination and they fall shy of those placement points. So 26 points is what they have for the overall performance. Now let's see what the rest of the teams behind them in those rankings can do, as it's not over until you get sent back into the lobby. Of course, beautiful grenades now getting exchanged here as well. MVP trying to do everything they can to keep the players here from Notorious and gaining good entry into zone, trying to block it off as best they can. Deja Vu, though, also not giving up just yet. They've brought in quite a bit of effort here, but as we can see, they've now exchanged places with the players there of Notorious, right? Notorious leaped up ahead of them, taking that 7th position from them, so the pressure is definitely on. Can Deja Vu, the solo, hold on and survive to get up into placement point territory, or maybe secure the needed eliminations? Now, it's going to be the players here from NT trying to do everything they can. Can they lock it in? One player down is not going to make it easy, but this is now MVP amping it up exactly like you asked them, but at the expense of NT.
Bro, I think the MVP, someone just motivated them. Something is on the line. Their ego, something is on the line. And these might be monetary because how they are playing, these are motivated people. But that is a good nade. And Potion is down. Down on his knees. Anti-M Bane. This is the only player remaining. Oh my word. What a nade. His nade was perfect. But that was magnificent from the MVPs. As they continue dominating. How many eliminations would they get? 8 eliminations already. They have a trio. They just lost 1 player.
Well, this could be Lucifer's final moments here as we are witnessing it live. Up comes the push, the play, and down they go. MVP coming in and sending them backing. Now, there are still a few teams that could potentially try and make a push forward, right? It could be the teams occupying that 10th and 11th position, right? But it is not going to be an easy push whatsoever. Of course, looking at the pure aggression the teams are bringing in across the board, it is going to be a very, very tall order. But who knows, right? Maybe the players there from the side of Insurgent OGs could look to bounce back. Solman, of course, just closing that one up, making sure that Potion is not going to come back into this match. A quick wrap on that one. Novex, though, all their hopes for the remainder of this match, right? All those bragging rights riding solely on the shoulders here of Soulman.
Oh my word. Potion just got a portion of his own beating. They've been doing that, but they say in Swahili, mkuki kwa nguruwe mtamu, kwa binadamu mchungu. That means when something is directed towards someone else, when you're directing something towards someone else, it's not that painful, but when it's directed towards you, it becomes the worst thing ever in your life. And Potion has a story to tell. And the MVPs, they're still dominating. They won the number 1. Only 6 points remaining for them to clinch that number 1 from Novex. And Novex fights against the MVPs, and Novex Solman almost got the knock, but unfortunately Adrian survives Novex 8. He survived the Novex player. And with only one player remaining, Adrian needs to get that revive as soon as right now. Goofer on the other end, they are good. They have the location, but the V3s, they are coming all in with only one player remaining. Croco, not an alligator. I know DK is thinking that Croco is an alligator, but these are player from the V3s.
Yeah. See, all he needed there was he just needed a dial, right? That's all that Croco needed. Because then we could have called it a crocodile. But either which way, it is what it is. Yes, V3 is out of here. Out they go. They tried the best they could, but they are going to be walking out of here with those 11 points to their name. So there's still a bit of a hope, right, for the teams that you can see down on the southern side. 10, 11, 12, and 14. If they line up all their chickens perfectly, right, put all their eggs in different baskets and go to town, which we've not really seen much of we've not seen too much of that just yet in the past match. So if they can miraculously somehow pull that off, there is a chance for them to make it up into that top 8. Is it realistic? As of right now, maybe, right?
Yes.
It's maybe. I would go with a maybe. It's probable, but is it plausible? I don't know.
You know, looking at Goofer, if Goofer is able to get just an elimination and at least get to the top 5, they have made it to the top 8. They just need a couple of points. But the gap is becoming even bigger, and Goofer has to do a lot. Umbra, they're still surviving, but they need more than 9 points for them to secure that top 8. Deja Vu at the cutoff, they have the 28. Which team will be able? I think... Goofer needs... Oh, look at Goofer. They have 23. And only 6 points remaining for them to be able to at least make it to the top 8. Ooh. And the teams at the top are getting eliminated. 8-bit esports, they are out. And this is it.
But it's also...
Final.
It's also quite reliant on MVP and Accelerate, right? Because both these teams, they're not sitting back, right? They're not kicking their feet up. Right, they pulling their sleeves up and they're like, you know what? We're not going down without a fight. We're going to fight to the very end. So for those teams further down the board, I believe it's going to be quite challenging because, I mean, these top 2 squads, they are absolutely relentless and rightly so.
Oh my word. Look at how they are pushing. MVPs are still in the game, man. 10 eliminations. They're all going for the full send, full push. They don't care. They just want that MVP spot. Riz Esports Umbra. But I think only Goofer has a chance to make it to the top 8. If Umbra does not get a chicken dinner, they are done and dusted. But if Goofer can get to the top, already they have like 3 points because they're in the top 5. 3 points to them right now will be 26. So they need to make it to the top 3. If they secure the top 3, they have secured the top 8.
Yes. And this is where we hope that our math works out. Of course, here is that that rifle that you were talking about, right? The M1 now just coming into action there as well. Let's see whether or not Riz is going to be able to do anything here as they are moving back and forth. So I would say for the teams at the top, right, looking at this last match, it is not necessarily indicative of what we could be looking at their performance being once they make it into the finals, right? They are just having a bit of fun out here, right? They know that they've already secured their seats, but now the pressure turns to Goofer and Umbra. Can they lock it in? Adrian, of course, on fire with those spray downs. MVP sitting with 10 eliminations under their belt. Clutch, though, is going to be bleeding out slowly. And what's also not helping is that Molly just whittling away at the health bar. But up comes the push. The teams that need the points are very far from the action, all the way down on that far southern side. Is it going to be likely? Not quite sure. But there we go. Goofa securing their 4th elimination as Umbra is taken out of here. And this is that final show. Yeah.
They've made it. With only, they need one more elimination and the Goofa might be able to make it to the top 8. Oh no, one more point. Because they have 4 for the placements. That makes it 28. If they are able to get just one elimination, they will have made it
to the top 8. And this will be a sad end for the team Deja Vu. Watching around, they are hoping that team Goofa will be eliminated right this minute.
Yeah, absolutely nail-biting pressure coming through here for the teams that are already out of here, hoping that they've done enough to secure their position in that top 8. So let's see how this one goes down. Is Goofa going to be able to clutch it out? Oga, of course, now switching over to the P90. This is where things are going to get pretty exciting. Accelerate, though, the only team in here with a full squad, right? So it's a 2v2 v Accelerate. So are they going to be able to crack this one wide open, claim their second potential winner chicken dinner right then and there? I mean, Goof, if they were able to get that chicken, that would be insane. They would not only be in 8th place, they would be well within that top 8 position, probably somewhere like 6th place or so. So there's quite a bit riding on this. And I mean, realistically looking at it, this could be Accelerate and MVP fighting each other before Goof actually has an opportunity to strike.
And this is what Goofa has been waiting for, cause if these two teams fight, they will soften each other. And once they soften each other, Goofa just comes to collect. We have Accelerate. They have a full squad. If the MVPs are able to get at least 1 or 2 players from the Accelerate team, they have the advantage. Goofa can be able to at least clutch out the final players. But it's all just a matter of seconds. Goofa aimbot down. Oh my word. This is the only player from Goofa remaining. Aimbot is out dry. And bro, Joe has to do a lot. Being the final player, he just needs 1 elimination. At least we'll be able to secure. Because if it goes as it is, we are going to the tiebreaker rule. Which is not... Oh! Joe gets the elimination! Oh my word! He needs the dust! If he makes the dust, Goofa made it to the top 8. And he's going for the dust. This is what he's been waiting for. All of Goofa is watching. This is incredible.
Let's see.
Goofa, can he be able to secure that elimination? Oh my word, he does secure the elimination. You know what, DK? I think it's over. It's over for the team Deja Vu. Let's see if he can be able to get the chicken dinner as a solo.
I mean, who knows? It's not impossible, right? It is definitely not impossible, but I'm excited to see what is going to come through from this here. Accelerate now. Oh, fighting, and down they go. And they move up. We can see where Goofa has finished with regards to their points for the time being, of course. Even though we can see it on screen for the time being, nothing is confirmed until this match is over and we can see those results showing at the end. But now, Accelerate MVP, right? A 1v3 showdown. Ogre is going to come out, just popping out behind that rock. P90 in hand. Will he get the shots? He needs to patch up his health as that nade starts to move in. But beautiful play. Kingpin gets the slam dunk. And there we go. The final chicken going straight to Accelerate. Just cracking that lobby wide open and making some scrambled eggs with them.
Oh my, what is happening all over again? This is the love for a final day sensation. It's bottling up at the top and at the center of the table. But the question is, who has made it to the top 8? Goofa with some splendid gameplay. You know, Accelerate was good, but at the moment I feel as if the fight that has been so much intense in this last game is the fight for the final 8 between Goofa. We had Deja Vu. Unfortunately, Deja Vu did not have a good spot. They were eliminated. They got the eliminations, but unfortunately, Goofa might have made it, but that is might. We don't have all the results. We just have to wait for the production to be able to at least give you the accurate results for the final game of the evening. None other but the fast-paced game, fast-paced esports team, Accelerate Esports, taking a second chicken dinner with 7 eliminations More than 1200 damage is quite insane. And 4 total knockouts. So 7 eliminations and 4 knockouts.
Yeah, they've been playing clean up there along the way as well. But yeah, I mean, this is quite exciting, right? And of course, as you've said, right, don't trust the caster math just yet, right? We are here telling stories. We're not necessarily here to do math, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be hearing us talk out loud. But in the meantime, we do see Kingpin there from Accelerate, of course, bringing 3 eliminations to the board, walking away with almost 440 damage. We see Rin also with a very strong contribution there as well, evening up the scoreboard. But yeah, Accelerate doing a really good job here. 7 eliminations is not going to sit poorly with them. They are going to be quite happy about that. But the big question is, who has made it through? Right, first we've got to take a look at our match summary to see who are all the goats that contributed. And I mean, it's Adrian that ran away with the most eliminations, the most damage, and of course got the craziest grenade elimination as well. So some very great plays coming through from them. But the big question running on everyone's minds right now is, what does the scoreboard look like? Where do these teams find themselves? And I think, of course, firstly, we are going to be taking a look at, I believe, the match positions to see how many points the teams were able to secure before we make it into the overall rankings. Well, first things first, MVP. Adrian, no surprise there. Absolutely stellar performance. Love to see it. And now, you know, they've set the standard. They said, you know, this is what we're capable of. And now I want to see that and more.
Bro, that was crazy, man. We definitely want to see that much and more. Adrian, this is the second game that this man has pulled out some crazy stunts. In the first game, Rondo, the man was lethal with the AUG. In this game, he was so lethal with that SMG, which is the UMP, getting the MVPs in ways that they never, they never thought. But this man is one for the record books. MVP Adrian propelling the MVPs to that most probably top spot. But in that game, we have the same team MVP, 21 points, some crazy 15 eliminations. They had the 6 placement points. We had the team number 2, which was Accelerate Esports. They did get the chicken dinner and 17 points. And these will be quite some change in the table. Goof Academy with the 10, Riz Esports 7, and these are the top 8 in that game. Umbra with the 5. Umbra, they did a good job in surviving. The only thing that Umbra does not have is those eliminations, with only 2 eliminations. Insurgent, OGs, 1 elimination, and most of the times these teams that are not getting the elimination, they have the placement points. I don't understand. Most of the times that is what happens. If a team does not have most eliminations, they have like crazy amount of the placement points. But Team Deja Vu right now is the team that is whipping. That game was nice, but not so nice to them. Goofa might have taken it. 8-bit Esports was the first team to get eliminated. Natural killers, unfortunately, with some natural death. Only 1 point in that game.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
crazy,
how it
DK.
goes, right? The teams can only do so much, right? They can only continue to find so many points across the board, but that's the way that these battle royales pan out. So there we have our match rankings. Now the big question is going to be, of course, how does this impact the overall standings? Who are our top 8 teams making their way through into the South Africa Spring Finals? Who is going to be the teams zipping into that block? Of course, we are going to find out right now. And there we have it. The top 8 is Team MVP, Accelerate Esports, Novex Undisputed, Riz 8-bit, Goof Academy, and NTX Esports. Absolutely phenomenal plays. And of course, a lot of hard work has gone in through, rather by a lot of our squads here to ensure that they can keep on going. Novex, unfortunately, getting moved out of that second place down into 3rd, but it doesn't matter. The only thing matters is rather to land on this page, right? This is what counts, because the next stage is where our teams will be playing for their share of that prize pool. So there's quite a bit up for grabs, but well done to all the teams that made it in. An MVP pulled this trick out of the hat without picking up a single winner chicken dinner. Accelerate with 2, Novex with 2, and then we have Undisputed and Riz right there as well. Curious to see what that second page is, just to know how close it was. As we know, NTX on 29, Deja Vu on 28. 1 point standing between Deja Vu and a seat. Moving on to that next page. Absolutely insane performances. But there we have it. Natural Killers also. They came really close. They had a golden opportunity, but unfortunately the pressure in this lobby was just so high. And only the teams that make it to the end are the ones that get the points, right? So that is kind of the way the cookie crumbles, but well done to everybody. Very exciting bits of gameplay that we've had here. I don't know about you, Youngblood, but this was quite exciting. And of course, looking forward to seeing what not only the South African region can bring in, but what all the other regions will have on their end as well. Because as we know, we might have concluded the group stage of South Africa here today. But next up, we are going to be moving into the Kenya group stage, right? After Kenya, we're going to be heading into Nigeria. Then we're going to be heading into wildcard. So each of the regions will have their respective group stages taking place, as well as the finals. So next week, Wednesday, which is, well, Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe that is when the finals are going to be coming through for at least the South African side. So be sure not to miss out on that. Nigeria and Kenya all making their way on in. Kenya is coming up this weekend, right? So it is going to be
this weekend,
an
Saturday and Sunday.
Weekend. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Saturday and
if
Sunday,
you have some teams you're rooting over there, I know Youngblood, you definitely do have some teams you're supporting. They're going to be stepping onto the battlefield to show us what they can bring onto this African battlefield.
That was crazy. And some final day sensation coming from a goofer. You know, we expected that they might do this, but we just didn't know how. And don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile Africa in all the socials. We have the Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook. And if you're hearing this, of course, we're on YouTube. So head over to our Instagram, because I had someone asking, when was the tournament posted? Always remember to follow the official PUBG Mobile Africa Instagram page for you to be able to be up to date with all these events that are happening. You're waiting for PMGO. PMGO, we are waiting for you. Africa is ready. That was South Africa, waiting for Kenya, Nigeria, and finally, the World Cup. The question is, who will match up to the challenge? Is Africa rising towards that PUBG Mobile Global stage? Our moment have come.
That's the big question. That is the big question that we'll look to get the answer to. But of course, unfortunately, as all great things start, so they must end. And on that, we are going to be ending the stream here for today. Be sure to join us on the weekend, as we are going to be hopping into the Kenya group stages that is coming through on Saturday and Sunday. So be sure not to miss a thing. Subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you in the next one.
Time has come. Be the #1 for Africa.
You have to be careful, but looking at Mzansi team, I think Mzansi, Joe knows that he inflicted a lot of damage. And going from Mzansi, and he gets Rafiki down. And that is the reason I think you are saying you have to be aware of the surroundings. Because Aztec was just behind the Joe. But you know, as time is ticking, the recalls will be over in just a matter of seconds. And quite a good knock for putting at the game on fire. But from behind, getting knocked, accelerated esports for the save. And
if they can bring everybody back on their feet, they might have that opportunity. But if it's in the hands of Rusi...
And a get out of...
It's going to be a tough one, but nice praise. No time as Accelerate starts to push on forward. Even Menace here is going to get pressured in. Everybody else up north is going to fight for control. Now it's going to be Maddie Sports starting to try and get a little bit of way. Quickly pushing out. Fortunately, that backseat Could provide him a bit of additional cover, but he's not going to be able to.
Yeah, and the game will have a brand new MVPs because they're
just locking down the hill. 14 eliminations to their name. Absolutely beast mode being engaged. The zone claiming a few of its victims, and now it is going to be a 1v2 showdown.
The full Mac DBS on hand, going for the knock. Clean connection, and that was.
This is going to be absolute chaos. The natural killer's coming in right behind them, so it might be quite short-lived. But Burton goes having to get themselves situated up in zone. The sun side is going to be an absolute battlefield.
Danos cooking up a nade, and these might be the end as he tries to make still applying the pressure. Danos still getting barraged with the nades, with the mollies. These might be a perfect knock. Cheetos has to be careful. And that might be the end. And look at the night of trouble coming from the Mad team. The Mad, they have some tempers. And they
battlefield as that stage 9 is closing on through. There's nowhere left to hide. Now it is a 1v1. Bryn trying to find the sprays and does at it yet again. As we can see, they are trailing by 9 points behind. Accelerate and
again is accelerate hasn't been on top form and going for the Reese, they have to be careful.
Everybody just keeps on rolling in. Accelerate now getting hit.
We have teams Menace, they're trying to come from different positions, but that is a good nade. Almost eliminated Menace Mag, and it's fighting against every single angle, but the natural killers, they are holding. Look at the S12K.
Them or the teams that are in dire need of points themselves. Now it's going to be MVP trying to do exactly that as they come.
Oh, they are pushing him, but
Mufasa still on the roll. Everyone going the S12Ks.
They have just dominated, but they still have company.
On the same actions as the teams ahead of them.
Anywho, Lucifer, this is hell. Welcome to where you call home. No way of him surviving.
Look at the barrage of nades. Lucifer down and aimbot down.
Not able to aim anymore. Milka, 77.
S12K in hand, and he died.
And Omari might be the only one remaining. Trying to get that revive and good. Last players. Look at this. Oh my god.
It is going to be Thanos, the only player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner, a full 4v1 else there. So this could provide them exactly that angle. Now MVP looking to retaliate.
Bees, they are acting right. They are going for the push. They are getting those elements. To win this fight against the undisputed champions, they won the previous game.
42 points either side, but Accelerate still has the rest of this match to go. All the players here from the Surge is starting to close on in. This is Riz's opportunity, but Ragnar is the last one left, and unfortunately...
Entity of military base go. And it's all down to who has it best on the womb.
Sure if Youngblood got so excited that he fell off his chair or something, but it is absolute brutality here as Sahil now has to face the music. The sprays come in and forward the edge of Zord, absolute chaos, and now it's going to be Mzanzi caught in the crossfire. Novak's coming through with the sprays. We saw right in the lobby doing everything, at least not getting.
Right now they might be having one of the hardest hurdles in their lives, and we have the fight. Sus, you have to make a clutch. Sus, you have to make something beautiful, but Sus, me too. If they are not able to get at least a couple of points, they might be cooked because everyone is just those long-range weapons are in play. S12, but they may be able to make it to the PMNC South Africa Finals, and Goofa or Javu, you have to be careful, otherwise this will be a bye-bye. Shanks.
Insurgents, they are going to look to bring it home as they rush up on Accelerate. A quick duck inside.
Everyone, Kingpin versus Shinu. Two ever players, but that is a good...
To move on up. 8-bit goes down.
But does Master know it all? Quite some good shots, and that is a definite knock. Oh, they are making the push as if they were the ones controlling that. Lays on Master.
Their points in one push. Yes, they went from 1 to 2 points, but they are still not out of it yet. It's back coming through from V3. But, of course, there's only 3 squads left in this lobby. That nade is going to be absolutely devastating here as Natural Killers now trying to survive. Thanos quickly trying to find a bit of a strafe here. Soulman going in for the rest, trying to bring the team back on their feet. but it is going to be the natural killers trying everything in their ability to try and clutch this out. They know they can smell that top 8 just about now. So either which way, they are going to be walking away with 5 minimum points added to their overall tally. But up comes the push and down they go.
The biggest play in esports history. PMNC, Jazza, look at the barrage of nades. Jazza is trying, Jazza is pushing, but oh my one down, Jazza on!
The Notorious making their way up into San Martin, the first hit. Well, we'll see soon enough how it's going to pan out as our teams now.
Deja vus. And it's the mad team inflict the damage, but the mad team also getting knocked.
To go for violence, right? They want to try and see themselves back into contention here. Looking at the edge of the zone where this could be HZE succumbing to the pressure. Up comes MVP Arga, and to keep the players here from Notorious gaining good entry into zone point territory, or maybe secure the needed eliminations. Now,
monetary because how they are playing, these are motivated people. But that is a good nade, and Potion is down on his knees. Anti-M Bane, this is the only player remaining.
Very tall order, but who knows, right? Maybe players there from the side of Insurgent.
His own beating, they've been doing that, but they say in Swahili that number 1 from Novex, Envy. Novex fights against the MVPs, and Novex Solman almost got it. Not an alligator. I know DK is thinking that. Look at Goofa. They have 23 and only 6 points remaining.
Get their seats, but now the pressure turns to Goofa.
If it goes as it is, we are going to the tie break.
See what is going to come through from this here. Accelerate now. Find that rock. B90 in hand. Will he get the shots? He needs to patch up his health as that nade starts to move in.
Play PUBG Mobile like that, you'll never be the one.
Wrong. There's no never for the one.
The zone is closing. You're getting left behind.
Left behind? Watch closely. The one walks on the edge.
You will lose it all.
No, for the one big moment, I'll risk it all.
What are you doing? Aren't you afraid to lose?
Lose? No, I'm here to claim the one.
You can't beat him.
Says who? Watch closely. The one dominates.
Are you posing?
Why not? The one sets the trend.
They see you treat this like a dress-up game.
The one has to dress the part.
You're making yourself the biggest target.
Exactly. I'm the one everyone's watching.
Watch out. We're being flanked. Oops. You're a liability. You're just slowing him down.
A liability? Together we are the one.
You call that a win? That was just dumb luck.
Luck? This is the power of the one for two.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one. I am the one.
I am the
I
one.
am the one.
I am the one.
I am the one.
I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting on my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMAC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualified to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the fall global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us 4 opportunities to qualify to 4 globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.